Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mrs. E.
Hi, welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast, everyone. I am Mr. E. I am joined tonight by Mrs. E and our guest, Aunt E. How are you doing today, Aunt E?
Good day.
Oh, is it? Anything in particular?
No, no.
Just haven't. Okay, good.
I won
Good.
$100 on a lotto ticket.
Well, that's a good day. That's a
Yeah.
great day. Sure. That's really good. Depending on how much you put in, I suppose, to get to that
It was
100.
a $5 ticket.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Good. Well, I appreciate you being here. We've got a lot of folks already in the chat. Wow, already 165 folks. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. And let's see, we've got Graham M. Welcome in. Ty Bay Lux, Sally, Lori, Jazz, Kelly Holcomb, Sorta Morta. Let's see, Penny Monroe, Ginger Girl's mom, Jennifer Schiffer with the orange and green hearts. We do always appreciate those. Narcito, Diane, Nicey Marie, Susan Smith, we met at the Vigil. Good to see you in here too. Deanna, RKB, good evening to you. Tennessee Nurse. We are relatively healthy at the moment, getting better, doing our best. Debbie Barker, Sheila, Conquer from Within. I lost my spot there.
Sally, Michelle
I skipped
Scott.
ahead by accident.
Did you find it? Okay. Sally, Michelle Scott, Zuzu's Petals, Nadia Kusan, Sheila Upton, Susie Little, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, Ginger Girl's mom, Barbara or Barb. Let's see. Erin Eberhard. Hello, welcome in. Grandma Chachi, one of our faves. Nina Drew. Did you catch up?
No, I'm not sure where you're.
Okay, I'm right there.
Okay, we're further up. Oh, right here?
Did you say hi to
Okay.
Ty Bay Lux? Little Miss
Yes.
Sharon?
Right here is right.
Seth Rogers, thanks for joining us tonight. Mrs. Magoo.
Opinionated, Summer's Truth, Mama of 5.
Marie McCall, Opal Sisk. Did you say Find Summer's Truth?
I think I did. Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, and want to be sleuthing something there. Nina Drew, who appreciates the music. We appreciate you.
Did you say hello to Gypsy and Kiki?
I think so. And Just a Girl Who Loves Frogs. Good to see you. And also, Nicey Marie likes the telephone at the beginning.
Oh, me too.
Me too.
And Car Guy. Hi, Car Guy. We got to see him Saturday too. And Rosebud, our dear Rosebud, is here.
If you're around our age and you have kids, you probably went through this, where when we were kids, one of the main toys was the little toy phone, that you would dial or whatever with a face on it. Like that was a big toy when we were little. And so, of course, we bought that toy for our kids. And you realize, oh, they don't even know what this is. To them, this is just a box with a cord and some weird handle. Because they didn't.
Yeah, it was the Fisher Price one that was on a string and it had the little eyes with the phone. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
No,
kids don't even know what that is.
We had phones with cords for a while when they were little. Yeah, we did. We actually did. We did.
Not rotary.
Not rotary. No. There's Lori with a heart. I think if that's the same Lori, I believe we met her Saturday as well.
And thank you, Dreaming of Blue Skies, one of our mods, and she's wonderful. Oh, Car Guy, we saw at the Vigil also. It was always great to see you. And Purple Girl, I'm guessing she's around somewhere also.
Purple
maybe.
World.
Or Purple. I don't know why I always do that.
And Rachel W.
She's just going to have to change her name to Purple Girl.
Rachel W.'s here. Arlene Nolte. The Real Me Too. We got to spend some time with her too. She's the best. Blessed Mom, Little Miss Sharon. And let's see, did I miss? Okay, you guys jumped ahead of me, I think. Irony Rose, welcome. Rubicon.
Man, a lot of folks.
There's so many people here. And you know what? Our sweet Cassie Roku, I believe, renewed her membership. And we want to thank her for that. And then Rogue is celebrating 5 months.
Thank you, Rogue. We appreciate that very much. And Cassie Roku, thank you for becoming a member also. I know we see Seth and Tony Mathis are both here. Good to see you all.
Got to see them as well.
Yeah, it was great. That part of it was really great. Kind of talking with everybody.
Sleuthing something said she made a joke about Liza Minnelli the other day, and her kids were like, "Who?"
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
Sure.
Oh, Spooky Wife Amy's here as well. Nana, you guys, we need to pray for Nana's husband. He is going through a hard time right now. I'm not sure if she's saying exactly what's going on. Oh, actually, she is. He's going through cancer, and we need to give him some prayers.
Unless we heard there was a little delay on the treatment.
Yes.
So hopefully that is getting sorted out. And Michelle Lee, good to see you too.
I'm so far behind y'all already.
We're probably missing a few people. Rob C. I don't know if we said hello. Sherry, Sheila Upton,
Ginger
Lisa
Girl's
King,
mom.
Jazz, Anger Boda, maybe the Hen House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's so good to see everybody.
Oh my gosh, Michelle Lee. We got to see Michelle the other day.
Irony Rose just became a member as well. We appreciate
Irony
that very
Rose,
much.
thank you so much.
I like Shampoo 1966. That's a great name.
Thank you, Irony Rose. We do appreciate the support.
We do, and we're we had a discussion prior to the show, and Auntie believes I play the music a little too much, so we're going to try to do them more in sections. So
and Opal became a member for 1 month. Thank you so much for
no,
doing that,
she's
Opal.
Celebrating her month. You get to, you don't understand this, but you get to show, you get to do a special banner each month.
Okay.
And it shows how many months you've been a member. And Opal Siska's been a member for 1 month, and we appreciate that.
Hello, Old McMary's Journal.
Oh yeah,
Ida Anthony, Marjorie Carthu. I think that's how you say it, Carthu. Sonia.
Oh my.
Baby Gumps. Mike. Marie McCall. Deanna Downey. Bliss Blessings. Hello.
Yeah.
Rosebud.
Well, the whole crew is just coming in.
Oh, all the
Julie
friends.
Westner. Debbie says, what?
I love the Nada Drama Nana. It's a great name. I love it. So if we miss anybody, I apologize, but it's good to see you all here. And
Marjorie's sick, and we hope you feel better, Marjorie. She's got the flu.
Tara Lotta, Are You Serious RN, and Blackhawk 57 Magnum.
Castle's here. Butterfly Kisses. My goodness, everybody's here.
Yeah, Blackhawk. Actually, we are going to talk a little bit about, this later, because there are some indications that's been caught. We're going to talk about that later.
Also, I see Bliss Blessings in here. She's so sweet to us.
I said hi to her.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
The Dirty Scoop. Hello.
Lovely
Shadow.
Girl.
Wise Old Lady. All these great people are
Brown
here.
Eyes Blue. Lots of brown eyes.
Rochelle says, or Rachel, I'm not sure which, but Rochelle, I think. You think is that Rochelle or Rachel?
I always say Rachel. I don't know. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
So Tony, I have not apologized to you yet for not trusting your intentions. I saw you with Seth at the Vigil, and I wanted you to know I'm sorry for not trusting you had true intentions. And we actually
were all suspicious of Tony at first, for sure.
I think it's always sweet to kind of apologize if you feel like someone owes it, but it's also okay, I think, to be skeptical. And
he would probably be the first one to say that. Yeah, actually,
I mean, you have to. It's okay to be skeptical. But we certainly had our guard up about Tony for a while also.
And he could tell you that for sure.
I think everyone did. And I think part of it was just because people saw early on just a lot of the really craziness that was happening.
It's Rochelle.
I was
Rochelle.
Wrong. Okay, good.
Rochelle.
And Rob C is a new member. Want to thank you for that
Rob.
also.
And TJ 69 is here. I see TJ quite a bit. Welcome in, TJ. And Deanna Downey, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we met Deanna as well. I'm starting to get confused on who we met. I'll just tell you. I remember your faces. I remember all your faces. I'm getting confused on usernames.
I've gotten some jumbled in my head also. We met so many people right after that vigil that there's some I know for sure, especially the ones I met toward the end. For some reason, I remember those better than the ones I met right after. But anyway, so I was hoping you'd be able to help me with that. So maybe between the two of us, we'll remember for sure who was who. I remember the conversations, and
I do too.
I would remember their stories, but the usernames I'm having a hard time meeting them. Yes, and Sonia, we did meet you. I do remember.
Yes, I remember Sonia. Sonia actually gave us some. I don't remember who asked me from the show, but Sonia actually graciously gave us some Sebastian's army bracelets. I don't know if it's going to be a little blurry. to give out to you guys. So we're going to do that. But someone had specifically asked me to get one, and I don't remember who it was.
Yeah,
so if you can remind me, that would be great. And Brown Eyed Girl is here. And there's just everybody's here. Lovely Shadow, just all the friends. I'm so excited you guys are here to join us tonight.
Yeah, and Real Me Too feels the same way. I mean, it was
Marlena Cantu, I haven't seen you in a while.
It was so nice to be able to, connect with everybody and just hear their stories. And, it was, that part of it was, I could have done that all afternoon.
I know it went too fast, and we, it kind of kept thinning out. We were talking to people, and then it got a little bit thinner and a little bit thinner. And I know that there were more people that I wanted to visit with.
Yeah, you'd see some people that were kind of like, you'd be talking to somebody, and there would be somebody behind them, and you knew they'd want to come up, and you just didn't have a chance. It was tough. But it was.
They're needing the link. I'll have to get it for the thing. I think it's pinned at the top. I think that's it. I might be wrong though. So why
don't we welcome all of our new members with your music?
Sure. Oh, we've got a gifted membership from Opal Sisk. Opal, that is so sweet of you. Now we get to play 2 songs. I'm excited.
And if you got that gifted membership from Opal, make sure you say thank you for that. And thank you, Opal. That's sweet of you to do that. That helps a lot.
So I was trying to get the membership link. Hold on one second. You all just talk to everybody.
Okay, then I'll go back to the chat.
I keep trying to I'm not doing a good job tonight. I keep trying to grab the same thing. I'm on the wrong page. Let's see. Dead air. Are you going to say anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading the.
Hi, Chicky. Opal Sisk. Hello. Casey Chiefs for Life. Hello. Michelle Lee. Nancy Flemings.
Well, C. Taylor got the gifted membership. So great.
Yeah. Awesome.
Shanna McCormick.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Make sure you tell her thank you. And you already did. All right. So I'm going to play the gifted membership song real quick.
Yeah, there was a little discussion going on about a creator in chat. What would rather do? Our approach to other creators is if we can say something positive about them or neutral, that's okay, but not disparaging or any kind of attack on creators. So if it's something kind of controversial on a specific creator, we're going to stay away from those. In fact, Mrs. E and I were talking about this earlier today, meeting everybody that was familiar with our channel. There were 2 things that kept people almost saying it identically a few times. They were saying that they just appreciated the work we were doing, just our approach to Sebastian's story and true crime in general. But the main thing we kept hearing was that we were drama free, and how much they appreciated that. So we heard that over and over. And so that's going to be our goal. We're just not going to do that. So anything even kind of borderline, I'd just rather stay away from that in the chat if you guys don't mind. Unless it's just like directly related to Sebastian's disappearance or something. We just don't want to do that.
And Michelle, I'll try to figure out what the iPhone link is while we're doing this. Well, once we get going. Because he can take over and do all the media, and I'll look for that and see if I can figure it out. Because I just have never figured that out. I know there's a special way to do it. I think Crime Time Buzz actually has it set up where you can do the iPhone link. So I'll go look and see what she did, and then I'll send it in chat. And I do want to point out something else too. Do you remember the 5-gallon bucket Sonia brought Bullhorn Betty? That was hysterical. Yes. So you got to tell Auntie because she wasn't there.
Yeah. So Sonia brought her like one of those, like the size of one of those painter buckets, like you would get at Home Depot. And she made it like a Bullhorn Betty's like swear jar.
I saw her video with it. That was so funny.
Yeah. It was the cutest thing ever. It was so cute.
I guess Betty's trying not to use curse words on her lives and whatever. So pretty funny. And Sonia was great. It was great to meet you. But so yeah, so it was really nice So anyway, we're going to start with the Vigil and just kind of our experience with that.
Oh, I didn't do my songs.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and a special hi to Karen Killeran. She's joining us from Queensland, Australia.
Oh my goodness, Bliss Blessings.
Wow, Bliss Blessings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That is really sweet of you. Thank you very much.
That is amazing. Well, now I'm definitely playing my songs, and you guys can't stop me.
Bliss Blessings is one of the ones that did the Megan Boswell trial with us. It's almost like we need like a special badge for everybody that hung with us.
Yeah,
right?
Do the trial,
that's a great idea.
You know, like yeah, that'd be kind of fun if we could give like a special recognition, like you earned your stripes or something by doing that with us. But thank you so much, Bliss Blessings. You were great during the trial, but you had lots of thoughtful things to say. What does she do with the curse word money?
I don't know. We got to ask her.
Yeah, I wonder what happens to it. Does
Well,
she have like a charity or something she does?
if you received a gifted membership from Bliss Blessings, please tell her thank you. That was very, very kind.
Yes,
And hi, Pebbles.
Tybay was definitely on the Boswell crew.
That's a good idea. I wonder how to do that. I'll have to figure
It'd
that
be
out.
kind of fun. We could figure out how to do it.
We could maybe do it in the Discord where they get like a special sticker or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure it out. But everybody, I'm going to play my songs because they make me happy.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm going to do the gifted membership ones. And do you want to say who? So Bliss Blessings and Opal Sis gifted memberships. So this is for you.
We feel so blessed. Crime Dog memberships are the best. Thank you, what a gift. What a gift. What a gift. Thank you. So generous. So kind. So wonderful. You make our heart shine. Thank you. We feel so blessed. Crime Dog memberships are the best. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We feel so blessed. Crime Dog memberships are the best.
Just love that.
So it looks like Jennifer got one of the gifted memberships and she wanted to say thank you for that. Bliss
Oh,
Blessings.
that was nice.
And Nada Drama Nana also gifted a membership. Opal Sisk, Bliss Blessings. I think that was all. And then Rogue has been a member for 5 months. Cassie Roku, new member, and Irony Rose, and a new member as well. And Rob C.
So make
Great,
sure everybody gets thanked. And I am going to play Welcome to the Dog Pound now.
We feel so.
Wrong one. I moved them around. I was showing Aunt E. Where did I move it? Oh, okay, there it is.
Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
Those make me so happy. It's so
Yes.
silly.
Very, very upbeat.
So silly. And then I also saw that Brown Eyed Girls has been a member for 1 month. I love you, EFAM. Well, we love you right
Thank you, Brown
back.
Eyed
You're
Girl.
very sweet.
Yes, you've always
She
been
hung
great
with
here.
us too, right? During Megan.
She,
She might
Yeah,
get a
she's
Megan
been with our
sticker as
channel.
well.
We
I
had
don't know. Did you do
several
the Megan
people. I
trial?
don't know. I can't remember.
Well,
Hello,
hello,
HM.
Hello,
HM.
HM Hands.
That's a
NHG.
cute dog there too.
Yes, he looks a little sleepy.
Yeah.
Well, I think HM Hands wants the super sticker.
What?
HM Hands wants the super sticker.
HM
video.
Hands. Why did you do that?
Didn't have to do that.
Oh, and Medic Biker became a member as well.
Well, thank you, Medic Biker. We appreciate that. I don't recognize
Thank
that
you
name.
so
but,
much.
uh,
Welcome.
Welcome.
HM
Welcome to the
Hands
Crime
super
Dogs.
sticker says game over.
Aunt E will kill me if I play the song again. So I will do a mid break to play our membership songs and things. I will play the super sticker song really quick because it's only 30 seconds long. So thank you so much, Medic Biker, and thank you, HM Hands. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your super sticker. Thank you for your super sticker.
I know they're very simple songs, but when you use those AI programs, they try to make them overcomplicated. And so I was just like, no, I'm not doing all that.
So I guess Brown Eyed Girls was with us during the trial. I couldn't
Yes,
remember.
because she almost starved with me through the trial because of my stupid DoorDash incident.
That was the most dramatic we've ever been.
It was very dramatic.
Is she going to eat? Is she not? Look at the real Me Too.
Aww.
Oh, wow. 8 months. Thank you, Real Me Too. That's almost as long as we've been here. So we appreciate you.
Real Me Too kept me going as well. Mr. E was kind of in the zone paying attention, and I was hugging Real Me Too. So
you were sitting right beside Real Me Too.
Yes,
right?
of course. We always are together. If I'm at a vigil and she's at a vigil, we're together.
Right.
So we're always together.
Aww.
Oh yeah, she's wonderful. Ivy League flight nurse, you guys are definitely a crowd favorite. Thank you very much.
And this one's my favorite one so far.
Yeah.
Thank you, Seth.
Love you, Auntie. Specifically. Auntie.
Yeah, probably because I don't like all the songs.
Seth was around us for a couple of days, so he's over it. He's
over it.
He's over us.
He's over us. Yeah. There, you can only take so much of us.
we are small doses kind of people.
It was a grilled chicken salad, Brown Eyed Girl.
Oh my gosh, she really remembers. Yeah, I didn't even remember.
Yeah,
it was a grilled chicken Caesar.
Oh my stars, that's so funny. I'm going to try to figure this out. I'm going to let him start doing the show, Michelle, and I will get this figured out.
Oh, I like this one.
All right.
Well, so I just wanted to kind of go over a little bit with the vigil. There was a lot of it was excellent. It was I talked to Tony about it afterward, and I said I just thought it was great. And Tony's said, I don't think it could have gone any better. And that was pretty much how everyone felt. It was a perfect event. It had the right. It's the third vigil that we had been to. And this one was by far the best one. Yeah, Betty to the left of me, Mrs. E to the right. There she was, right in the middle. Yeah, so it was great. It was so positive. It was the music was amazing. The preachers that got up there and spoke were all perfect and just really great. It was a very uplifting, positive kind of just event. Of course, there's a little bit of a sadness always with these vigils, but it was more positive, just in tone and feel overall, and hopeful than maybe the ones in the past to me. So I thought it was great that way. There was just a ton of love and support for Seth and Sebastian. They had. So if you're not familiar, Saturday was the vigil, and they had it was at what was the name of the church? I can't remember. Celebration.
Oh my stars! Hold on, I can tell you. I can't believe I
need to give the name because they were great. It was a smaller church.
It's
not
Celebration
far
of Life.
I think that's right.
That's
Celebration of Life, and they were terrific. When you walked
oh my gosh, they were so sweet to us too. We were back in the office, and they were sweet to us back there too.
Yeah, they when you walked in, they had several tables all decorated in green and pictures and flyers and bracelets and just
Celebration
everything.
of Life.
Celebration of Life. And their people, their volunteers for the church, they could not have been any kinder to all of us. And so you kind of walk into the church that way.
I've got something to tell you.
Go ahead.
Tony Mathis is still here. You need to know this. So he took Justin in a VIP backdoor entrance. And not us. We went straight through the front door.
We got
I said we get the C-list entrance.
So I mean, it's Justin. It's Justin.
I'm just kidding. He's not really mad. It's a joke.
No. But so that's kind of the way it was going in. Then of course you enter the main part of the church, and they had the two big screens with the pictures rotating through of Sebastian from infancy up through teen years, and lots of pictures that I had never seen before. And it was a great selection of that. I thought there were several pictures of Sebastian with Katie, and I think that was a wise and good choice to do. Don't you agree?
I
with
agree.
that?
I want to say something to Marlena real quick. Marlena, you are a blessing to everybody. So do not worry if you have trouble getting here or if you have other obligations. We knew that when we asked you to mod. So don't you worry one bit. We just appreciate when you are able to make it. Sorry. I just want to say that real quick.
We don't
feel
think anything
bad
about that at all.
And Nana said thank you for the prayers and that she loves us more than we know, and we appreciate that. So that's and Karen's in here. Karen's pretty much responsible for the bulk of that vigil. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, you've got to give a lot of things to Karen for sure. I mean, she's maybe the key organizer on the vigils. So if you want to thank someone, make sure you thank Karen, and she's kind of behind the scenes sometimes on things, but she does tremendous work for all of that.
And keep up the chatter's been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much. Love you all, Sebastian Strong. That's beautiful.
I thought it was very well professionally done. I mean, and I thought Seth's prayer was, great. And I thought everybody did a great job. It was really nice to watch.
Well, let him tell the rest of the story. Sorry, I was Guidance member for 2 months. Good to see you live. Thank you, Guidance. We appreciate you. I'm going to let you keep talking. I'm going to keep trying to figure out this iPhone link because it's escaping me. Every time I look at it, it looks like it's a video that I have to watch, and I can't watch a video right now. So.
Real Me Too says Karen was under so much stress. She did an amazing job. It was
beautiful,
perfect.
And they all have been great, but this was exceptional.
And that's what Tony said to me privately. He said this. He goes, "It could not have been any better." So if Karen, that was my opinion. That's all of our opinion, I believe.
Guidance.
Everyone that was there just thought it was amazing.
If you can help me get the iPhone link, that'd be great because I really don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing, honestly. So, I picked up Megan Boswell's, honestly.
And they had a place for Seth to be able to kind of be in the back, to be away if he wanted it at the church, and that was nice to have. They had food and snacks back at the church. I'm guessing provided that to you, and I mean it was just really, really great that way. There were probably, what do you think, 200 to 300 people there?
Oh, it was a large. I mean, I bet you they have the exact numbers. I bet they know the exact numbers, but it was a large crowd. It was a very large crowd.
Yeah, I mean, every row was, it was not every seat taken, but it was pretty full.
Mm-hmm.
And most folks were dressed in green. Lots of folks had their shirts from previous vigils, or handmade shirts, or shirts they'd had printed themselves.
It's beautiful.
A
lot of green.
There was a lot of green, and that was all amazing. They had people from Sumner County Sheriff's Department and Hendersonville Police were there. Hendersonville Police were kind of acting more, I think, in a security way, kind of like watching the parking lot and that kind of thing. And then they had a captain from Sumner County there to go on stage and kind of be a representative for the effort to solve his case. And beyond that, there were several. There's some, Seth had some friends and family there. There were several creators there. Some of them I had not met before, and they were great. Everybody was so good.
We were lucky. We didn't have to fight for seats, so we had our seats saved for us. So we appreciate that too. That was very nice.
Yeah. So we met. Help me make sure I don't forget anybody. But we met Astrology for Mystics. We met.
I remember meeting Lori with a heart, and also Susan Smith. Susan Smith was amazing.
Yes, I talked to her for a little while near the end. Cajun Girl, who's a TikToker mostly, but she does have a YouTube channel. I talked to them for a long time, and they were both very good people dedicated to Sebastian. Of course, Bullhorn Betty was there. We've known her for a while. Always great to see her. Justin from Clutch Them Pearls. Am I forgetting any other creators? I feel like I'm forgetting somebody.
Okay, sorry, I'll help you. I get distracted by the phones and stuff.
I feel like I'm leaving one out, and I didn't mean to. I said Bullhorn Betty, Justin, Cajun girl and
Smiley.
astrology from Smiley. That's who you are. Smiley Stories. Who I when I met her, she didn't have her glasses on, and so I didn't recognize her. And I was talking to her for like a full 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Does that shock you, Auntie?
And I just thought she was, there for the whole event and everything. And we had like a 10-minute conversation. And somebody, I think.
I told you. I said, that's Smiley.
That's Smiley. No, I didn't know.
He had no idea.
But she was great too. And
Not surprised.
We talked a lot also.
She looks very different without her glasses, actually. It's funny. She's got gorgeous eyes.
Yes, she
does. They very captivating eyes. So they draw you in. And when she wears her glasses on the show, you don't really get to see how pretty her eyes are. So I think that I'll give you a little slack for that.
Yeah.
And we got to meet her husband as well. It was just lovely. It was just a lovely experience.
Yeah. So that was great. And if you're not familiar with Smiley Stories, she, she's got a YouTube channel, and she was one of the early interviews with Chris. And we talked about that a little bit, but what that experience is like and everything. So, it was just great connecting with everybody. And Romy too said she did look different, but not that different. I mean,
I agree.
I do not. You know how some people are like, I never forget a face. I am terrible with faces. I'll remember stories people told me, but like recognizing people, I'm terrible at recognizing people. If I'm at the store, I'll see people,
he's really bad.
and I have no idea who they are. And it's like, it's my neighbor, or whatever.
Well, remember you saw somebody you knew from elementary school that was your best friend through like high school.
Oh,
and you had no clue who it was.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. I'm really terrible about that.
Rose said Betty Davis has.
Yep.
We also, I want to highlight Hen House became a member, but I already thought you were a member. So welcome back, or welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Hen House.
And then Gypsy, Hope in the Shadows, member for 3 months, says, I love these. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gypsy.
And Rosebud says, all the best. Thank you for all you do. Well, we love you guys so much.
So I'm okay, so perfectly.
Oh, and Ginger Girl's mom says member for 5 months.
Oh, I love her dog.
Oh, your dog's beautiful.
I know. Reminds me of our little long-haired dachshund.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm perfectly imperfect. Boy Mom says I'm the same way, Mr. E. Don't feel bad.
We did we meet Boy Mom? I don't remember.
Oh no, I'm Romy too. That's why I was talking about dinner. When we were sitting there at dinner, that's when I was talking to her for like 10 minutes across the table and didn't realize that.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Oh, so Hen House is a member for 2 months. Love your channel.
Did you see the comment about Mr. E?
What?
Mr. E, I didn't recognize you in your Christmas picture without your glasses. I was like, who is that next to Mrs. E? Yeah, it makes it's a Clark Kent kind of thing almost, right? Like it really does.
He doesn't. You guys, those are readers. They're not prescription. Yeah. I got him a gigantic computer screen, so he doesn't have to wear them. But yet he still does.
It's almost become habit, and if I kind of leave them off for a while, my eyes will adjust.
That's okay. Nobody cares.
But mine are readers, and I have to keep them on when I'm on the computer. I can't see without them.
We met. It wasn't Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. We met Mom of 3. That's who we met.
And Girl Mom.
Oh,
we met Girl Mom 2, and we met.
Susan, we met Random on the Dime.
Was one of the last people I talked to before we left was Random on the Dime, and she had all of her kids there. And
I don't think I recognize that name.
Yeah, she's here.
She's a member.
She's in there at sometimes. Yeah, she had lots of folks brought their whole families and kids.
That's great.
Guy that says, I'm blind as a bat, can't see anything without my contacts or glasses. LOL.
And Real Me Too's laughing at the fact that you had dinner with her and didn't realize.
I mean, it took me like 10 minutes. I had no idea. And I should have, because I think I knew.
We did, Karen.
Yes.
We did. We met Sped Teacher. And she was wonderful.
Yeah, she was great. And she's in our chat once in a while too. So it was. Yeah, she was a
great lady. Loving, kind woman. I just can't even tell you. She was wonderful. She flew all the way in from far to come, and she just barely made it.
Yeah.
So.
And so anyway,
Georgie Girl, hello.
Thank you for coming in, Georgie.
Yeah, thank you, Georgie Girl.
You just never know when we're going to go live. Our schedule's really hectic right now, so we are just going when we can.
Yeah,
and this is the only day this
You're
week. You're
cramping my style tonight, man.
I know.
I
Auntie
know.
likes to watch the State of the Union stuff. So
I've got it on. I've got it on next to me. So if I go off,
if there's breaking news, though, we're right here. So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I didn't realize it was State of the Union tonight. That's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And it was mandatory.
Yeah, see, Taylor. Yeah, Silvers wasn't able to make it this time.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we got to meet
Thank
Remy.
you for this super chat. Is it Diamond?
Oh, Diamonds for DC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diamonds for DC. That's very sweet of you.
Seth and Allie embracing was so touching. It was.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that here in a minute too. But yeah, you're right. That was the highlight of the day for me too. And it Rosebud says, in some of your first streams, Mr. E has beautiful.
Do you know why that is, Rosebud? This is really funny because he has naturally curly hair.
Mm-hmm.
And when we started streaming, it was the beginning of summer. Your hair with the humidity really curls up.
Yeah, it'll get curlier too. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, when we get into spring, it's more humid and all that, I'm sure.
So when we were at the beach, it looked like he had a perm.
Yeah, and when it gets long, it's really crazy. I was handing out tissues and mints because you know how it is in church. So
yeah. So let's get into this part of it a little bit. I want to play the prayer. If you didn't see Seth's prayer, this is, there'd already been a few songs, and one of the ministers had spoken.
One more thing we have to say about this. I got to pet Remy.
We did. So after the whole thing was over, we had gone back home to check on the kids and everything. And Justin from Clutched and Pearls was still around. I think he was getting some footage, different locations, because it's right near Beach High School and all that. And we had been texting with him, and he was like, hey, I can hang out if the kids want to come up and see Remy.
Yes.
And so of course the kids we get in the car, we go up, and he had a long drive back. So him hanging back just to let our kids see Remy was really sweet of him. And Remy is smaller than you think. Looks on video. I mean, she's a tiny little thing, but she was precious. And of course, my daughter in particular is animal crazy, so she was really excited to see Remy. So that was really nice of him to do.
Yes, and I did. She's so little and so attached to Justin. I did not want to ask to hold her, but I really wanted to hold her. But I did pet her quite a bit, and she is the sweetest thing ever. I couldn't believe how sweet she was. Auntie, are you jealous?
I am. I really want to see her. I just want to squeeze her.
I don't think he'll let you do that.
I know. I would hold her real careful. She's just adorable.
Yes, she is.
Lots of folks there did get to see Remy because he has to be careful with one that little. But yeah, so it was really sweet. And that was very nice of him to do that, because he had a long drive back, and he was on the antibiotics and the whole thing, but he waited for us, and that was great.
The size of a plum. Her little face is the size of a plum.
It is.
She, curl her neck and look at you and just stretch
real
out.
interested. Yeah, she was precious.
Yeah, make her little noises and all that. It was really sweet. So I'm gonna pull up Seth's prayer. See if I can remember how to do this.
Rochelle, I wanted to hold her, but I did not. I would be nervous if I were Justin to let people hold her, because what if somebody slipped up and she just got away? What if I would feel terrible?
I would freak out. Yeah, I would be really nervous too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Karen didn't get to see Remy or talk to Justin. Well, once everything got going, it was really fast. So we were lucky to be able to do that.
So this is actually courtesy of Hindsight 2002, who's, of course we love. It's a great channel. Lots of great shorter clips, old news reels, and just all kinds of great information. So we definitely sub up to Hindsight 2002 if you haven't already. They've only got 2.9 thousand subscribers.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that they should have way more than that, because this channel, I reference this for information all the time. If I'm looking for a little clip of something, they've always got it. It seems like. So it's an amazing resource if you just want information on this case as it's progressed. But anyway, I'm going to play.
Hindsight's also on TikTok too. Just so you know.
I think they started on TikTok, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you, Ashes to Ashes.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Ashes to Ashes. That's very sweet of you. If you got a gifted membership from Ashes to Ashes, please tell her thank you. And I will play the membership gifting song in a little bit. I know everybody wants us to get started. So we'll do a break, and I'll do it later. But thank you so much. That is so kind of you.
And hello, R. Taylor.
And this is Hindsight's channel. I'm going to put it in the chat. There you go.
All right. So I'm going to hit play here. Are we good?
Come on, let's just thank him for what he's about to do. Not just for what he's done, but what he's getting ready to do. We trust you, Lord. We trust you. You will never fail.
I'm going to make that bigger.
Thank you, Jesus. You can be seated at this time. At this time, come on, can we give it up for Seth as he comes up to the front to speak this?
Try to make it bigger. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Sebastian's Army. Appreciate everybody being here. And they're right. This needs to everybody needs to understand that every day we will find Sebastian. We need to look for him every day like it just happened yesterday. As I'm up here, I did write a prayer, and I'd like to.
It's really low.
It's too low.
Yeah, go over to your volume and see if it'll turn up. No, it's all the way.
Little Old Testament, as some of you all know, that most of my prayers are.
Can't really hear it.
You will in a minute.
Sebastian, call upon the angel Samuel. Oh, most high God, ruler of heaven and earth, in the stillness of the solemn night, we gather with hearts steadfast, bound by Father's unyielding love for his son Sebastian, a child of light, innocent and pure. By the eternal name, we do summon Samuel, the angel of death, the guardian of divine justice, he who moves at thy command. O Samuel, fierce and unrelenting, stretch forth thy hand, not in wrath, but in righteous protection. Stand beside Sebastian, wherever he may be. Let no harm befall him. Let no evil touch him. Be his shield in the unseen places, his sword against those who do him wrong. With thy blazing eyes, seek out the wicked who cloak the truth in shadows. Unravel their lies and cast their works into the light. Break the chains that conceal Sebastian's path and scatter those who stand in the way of his return. Yet we beseech thee, not for vengeance, but for revelation. Let the weight of justice press upon those who would see Sebastian remain lost. May the voice of truth thunder so loud that no decent can withstand it. O Lord of hosts, guide us with unwavering faith. Strengthen my heart, strengthen everybody's heart, so that hope never falters. Let love be the beacon that calls Sebastian home, for love knows no bounds and no night too dark. Until the day breaks and Sebastian is returned to his rightful place, we stand unbroken, for his name is etched upon our souls, and his light shall never fade. So let it be written, so let it be done. In the name of God, amen. Amen.
Come on, let's.
All right. So that was probably about halfway through the vigil, and that was powerful. The music was powerful. It was just the whole afternoon. Many of you probably watched it live, I'm guessing, or watched it later. But he wrote that prayer himself, and it was a prayer for protection and justice and a return home for him. And it was just such a the whole thing was just such a positive kind of feel. And maybe it's kind of hard to know what it's like when you're in the room, but the whole room was kind of feeling it. It was you could just kind of feel the connection happening that way. So it was great. There was a section or a part where a representative from the Sumner County Sheriff's Department got up on the stage, and they presented him with a reward. And this is going to be harder for me to almost articulate.
Not a reward.
Or not a reward, an award.
An award.
Right, for their efforts and what they've done, in Sebastian's case. And just reading him and watching him, everyone was kind of in agreement on this. Everybody felt better about Sumner County after.
Absolutely.
After you could feel that he knew the weight of it, and he understood the mission. He understands the mission. They didn't have to be there. They didn't have to send a sheriff there to do that at all. But they did. And lots of folks.
He was truly moved too. He was weeping as well.
He was. I mean, as they're talking about, throughout the whole event, talking about bringing him home and finding answers, and that he's out there, and what Seth said before the prayer about we need to treat it like every day is the first day he's been missing.
I mean, that
kind
hit
of,
home.
Yeah, that was sort of a theme throughout, and kind of resonated, I think, with everybody. Was that for Sebastian, it is urgent, because we, like we've said, we don't know what's happened to him. That Nancy Grace had said, I don't even know if she was talking about this case or I was watching something else, but it stuck with me. But Nancy Grace had said, you got, with this kind of situation, you have to run a parallel investigation. You have to do has he been abducted, or is he no longer with us? And you got to do both, because you don't know the answer to that question. And so if it is what we're hopeful of, that he is out there, then every day is urgent, because he's in danger and needs to be found like it's the first day he's been gone. And that it was true. And in that sense, we can't lose momentum on the efforts to bring him home and find answers. Right. Julie Skolnick, I saw, did what was
let me go back up.
Chat or something.
Yes.
That's very sweet of you, Julie. If you don't know Julie.
Schoolie? Who's Schoolie Jewel?
Yeah, I just call her Schoolie. That's my nickname. We go back a ways.
Great.
I'm a little off.
You are. You're a little tongue tied. You're calling awards rewards.
I know.
Poor Julie is Schoolie Julnick.
I kind of like that though.
It's not bad actually. But Julie is an autism advocate and has been on TikTok for a while. And she came over to YouTube a few months ago and has been building that channel. She's doing great over there. But so thank you so much, Julie. We appreciate that. And she says, God bless and protect Sebastian, Seth, and all of the family. Well, thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. And then
I'm glad you have a sense of humor about it, Julie.
Yeah, KJ, he did cry genuine tears. He sure did. And then sunset gazing, it is a beautiful prayer. What's SWDR? And thank you for being a member for 1 month.
I'm not sure.
Guys, we're not hip.
We are not really cool with the
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I feel dumb. Yeah.
There we go.
It took me a while just to get good to see you.
It's Cajun. Cajun's
what
here.
is that? GT.
Oh, I had to look it up a number of times. Yeah. I'm just not cool.
Yeah, so Cajun we met and I talked to her a good deal. She's a wonderful person. The whole service was moving. The moment you walked inside the sanctuary, you could feel the presence of God.
Is Cajun Cajun?
Yeah, I think. Are you Cajun girl? Is this the right Cajun?
Is Cajun Cajun? Because I talked to her too.
That's Cajun.
But she spells it this way because I.
Oh, okay.
Will you confirm? Are you the Cajun that I met?
Oh, she is a lovely person as
Yeah.
well. Lovely person. And her husband's very sweet too. And he was very grateful that we were kind to his mother, I guess a couple vigils back.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked to his mother a great deal, a couple of vigils back. So very sweet. It's so nice. I'm sorry. I'm not good with the names, guys. I'm really not.
And people came from all over. You had a few people from Texas, Virginia, Florida, Mississippi. People really traveling, Virginia, just from all over the place. Just for the one night and then going right back home.
She adores us.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't put that together. I just, in my mind, it was Cajun, like Cajun.
Like CAJU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, well, it is. You know what today is? It's Fat Tuesday.
It is.
Yeah, it's the day before Mardi Gras. Or Ash Wednesday. Or wait, today would be Mardi Gras.
Today's the last day of Mardi Gras.
But it's
today's the last day.
I know. I know what you're saying. I'm trying to think today is technically Mardi Gras, right? It's Fat Tuesday, but I forget it. It doesn't matter.
Today's the last.
I'll call my New Orleans friends after this is over.
It's the last day of Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras goes on for like a month.
Let me ask, have you been to Mardi Gras?
Right.
Because
Lent starts tomorrow.
You've been to Mardi Gras?
No. I'm answering Mr. E. He said, does Lent start tomorrow? I said, yes. Tomorrow is Ash Wednesday, and this Friday is Good Friday. So it'll be the first Friday of Lent. No meat.
Okay.
You're going to be fish?
Oh, I could eat fish every single day. So going without meat is no sacrifice for me. At our farmer's market, they have the best smoked salmon. Oh my gosh. I could eat it every day.
Yes, real me too. I know. I realized.
Yes.
I mean, I was not putting together the username with the person. I knew the person. I can see the person in my mind.
Oh, well, Rachel said they had to cancel the parade or reschedule the parade due to weather.
Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised they would cancel anything.
It looks like Biggie's heading to bed.
In New Orleans, really.
Okay. And old McMary said her Lent started Monday. She's Byzantine Catholic. So that's a little bit different.
Interesting.
Yeah, Aretha, I'm Catholic. So that's why. She said, your Catholic facts. And I said, yes.
So Becky was there. Also, the vigil was so amazing. I cried through the entire thing.
Becky, why didn't you come say hello to us? I would have loved to have met you. Of course, we came in and sat down right as it started. And then after it was over, it was chaos. So
yeah, I mean, then it just becomes hard. Everybody's trying to talk to everybody and you just can't.
Yes. He just ran upstairs. He's doing his rotation. So he runs from room to room. He's got 3 rooms he goes to.
There's a
before
pattern,
he settles.
There's a pattern and a reason to it. I can't quite figure it out yet. But there's
usually he goes to the guest bedroom, then our room to the guest bedroom to his room, and then sometimes back to our room.
There's a reason. I don't know what it is.
So
there's always a reason.
Becky wasn't there. She watched the live. Well, good. I'm glad you watched it. It was wonderful.
I mean, I knew there were people that had said hello to us, and I didn't. We'd wave and not know. I wouldn't know what their username was. Because they know us, but we don't know your faces. So it was always kind of fun. It was like, so what's your username?
That was funny.
But anyway, so the thing with Sumner County
Zebco for you. I would guess it has something to do with OCD with him going from room to room. I would guess because he's not technically diagnosed with OCD.
Yeah, his only technical diagnosis is
he's going to his next room. Let's see which one he goes to. Maybe we can figure the pattern out.
So
Sounds
he's
like
going-
guest
he's
bedroom.
going to the guest bedroom now. Don't know why.
When
There's
he
a
comes to
reason.
my house, he goes straight to the master bedroom and gets
Oh,
on
yeah.
the bed.
He for whatever reason, when we visit people, he goes straight to the master of
Mhm.
everybody's room and just wants to hang out there because I think he gets overwhelmed by just all the stimuli, and so he just kind of goes and kind of finds a safe space.
Yeah. But, yes. So perfectly imperfect mom asked, is Seth Catholic? I feel like he has a lot of beliefs.
I can
Yes.
ask him.
No, he's Catholic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is.
He is? I didn't know that.
I have heard that several times. I don't know if I've heard it directly from Seth.
I was going
but
to
yeah, I
say, have
believe
you
he
heard
is.
it from his mouth? Because there's a lot of rumors in the world.
You're right. That may not be. It is something I've heard several times. Okay,
Karen
Karen
S
is saying
says
he's
he was
Roman Catholic.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Karen would know, so
Yeah.
I don't have to bother him.
Yeah. But anyway, the with the sheriff there, he stayed afterward. He talked to several people that came up, just wanted to tell him they're praying for him, meet him, and that kind of thing. And I don't know if this was ever got picked up on camera or not, but Tony and that sheriff at the end, when everybody's just kind of hanging around talking to each other, they sat down on a pew for probably a half hour or an hour talking to one another.
Mhm.
And I would have loved to have known how that conversation was going.
It looked like it was going fine.
But they were like right next to each other and just kind of just talking for quite some time. So I think that's all good and positive, that kind of communication is happening. And before Tony and the sheriff had talked to each other, I look over and I see Seth and the sheriff walk into each other.
The sheriff's office. Well, is it technically a sheriff when they work in the sheriff's office, no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me find this here.
Oh, Julie says our sons are similar.
Aw.
She said, your son is exactly like Spencer, always goes in the bedroom, lays on the bed, even when we are visiting a friend's home. LOL. I think they just kind of need that space. Do you want to make that bigger?
If we can, that's great. I don't know how to, though.
If it were on my computer, I totally could. I don't know how to do it.
I mean, I think
they can see it.
Yeah,
it's
and people
fine.
have probably seen it anyway. But this, so I look over to the left of the stage, and Seth and the sheriff walk toward each other, and they give each other like the big bear hug. How like guys could sometimes give like the big hug. It's almost aggressive, and that's the way that was. And they stayed there.
You're getting corrected.
And is that right?
Yes, there's only one sheriff. The sheriff's elected. The rest are deputies.
Oh, okay. I thought everyone in the sheriff's department was a sheriff.
Was considered a sheriff as a title?
They work.
I think I agree. I agree with Ivy League.
Oh, you're probably right.
Because the sheriff's elected. The rest of deputies are hired.
Okay.
Sheriff deputies. Yeah.
Okay.
But they are called sheriff's deputies.
That could be.
Okay.
Well, at any rate.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I misunderstood. So, but anyway, so they hugged for a good while, and
McCoy is a captain.
Yeah. His last name was McCoy, and he's a very tall guy. So, Seth's not a small man, and he's a big man. But you can see that the candle back there behind his back that was from the Vigil there, illuminating that shirt that Seth is wearing with Sebastian's face, and just I don't know, it's just a great image.
That is a good image.
Oh, Ivy League, we didn't take it as snarky. It's if we're incorrect about something, please, no, don't worry about that at all.
Oh no,
we're very laid back. He would rather be corrected.
Yes.
He would rather be corrected and know than to say something wrong.
Definitely. If I'm like you ever had a word you pronounced wrong or incorrectly?
You could tell our story.
I will.
Okay.
So if you've ever had a word, like if you ever think like there's a word that you're pronouncing incorrectly and nobody ever corrects you. Well, when we were dating, I was pronouncing the word
ONLY
only as only. And I didn't realize, I guess, that I was doing this
your whole life.
His whole life.
And so she corrected me.
What do I order? What did I used to order at McDonald's? Wait, not you. I want her because she'll know.
Filet of fish.
No. Oh, forget it. Where's mom?
Only,
Mom
I
needs
don't
to be
know
in
what
the
you're
chat.
talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I always ordered a double cheeseburger, only pickles, mayonnaise, and lettuce.
Mayonnaise.
Only pickles, mayonnaise, and lettuce. Only. And one day we're in the drive-thru, and he says,
only
lettuce,
pickles, and cheese or whatever.
pickles and mayonnaise.
And
we've only been married
and she's
20
like,
million
what
years.
What did you say? What? She said, did you say only? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, that's not how you pronounce it. You pronounce it only. So what? That's not only.
I mean, he really argued with me.
How could you not know how to pronounce that word? That's like a simple, fourth grader word.
We're talking about a man in his 20s.
Yeah. So we go back and forth about this for a while. And then she finally convinces me when she goes, you know this, do you think the song goes only or
only the lonely? Only the lonely.
Only the lonely
is what I said.
Only the lonely.
I said, no, the song is Only the Lonely.
And I was like, oh, okay, you're right. It is. It is.
Because we didn't have Google back then.
But then later I'm thinking, so I've gone 2 decades without anyone ever correcting me, just letting me be a fool, going through life, embarrassing myself, pronouncing.
No one corrected you.
Well, nobody did.
Nobody did until me.
And that's how I knew.
And that's why he's like,
she was the one.
I'm going to marry her.
Because she course corrected me. And so anyway, I would rather somebody, if I'm doing something stupid, I would rather somebody tell me and correct it so that I'm not making the mistake.
And see, where we're from, we call everything a Coke. So
I don't. Yeah. I say soda.
Oh, my stars.
I do.
You didn't growing up. You did not growing up.
No, everything we called it, when I was a kid, everything was a Coke.
Even a Sprite was a Coke.
Yeah. But I like the soda. She said my husband calls soda sody.
Yeah. But anyway, so all that to say Ivy, what was the name? Ivy, was it Ivy League flight nurse? Yes, Ivy League flight nurse. So anyway, no offense at all. If I've got something wrong, I'd much rather be corrected on that. So, but anyway, the deputy was great. Hung out forever. Talked to everybody till it was over, and it left all of us. Funny. I know Justin felt this way after we all felt like, we all felt good about the investigation and where Sumner County was going with it. Only a machete.
Yeah, that's what we should do. Get you. He corrects me too, because I used to say mischievous.
Oh yeah.
And he corrects me and says it's mischievous.
Mischievous.
But everybody gets that wrong.
And there was another one. I was recently. Was it defaming? I got something wrong. I don't remember what it was, but you reminded me because it was on the show. You said, did you realize you mispronounced that?
Oh, so. that's just poor grammar, little Miss Sharon. I'm in Australia, and hear some creators here on YouTube say "roten" instead of "written."
Ooh.
Oh well,
roten. I don't know if I've heard that one.
But as she said, in Australia, some creators on YouTube. No, yeah.
Okay. Opinionated wants to know, how do non-Southerners pronounce own? My husband and I have an ongoing debate about
non-Southerners.
Well, we
own.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know how Southerners say it.
Own.
I own
my
it.
Own.
It's my own.
I have no idea.
I do have a defender here. Rochelle says, Mr. E, in your defense, onward isn't pronounced ownward. So it's okay. I mean, I know that was my thinking. I suppose at some point that
that is weird. Only onward.
Yeah. Oh, Taibe says a lot of people in TN say fuss.
Oh my gosh, that drives me crazy.
I hear a lot of that in the world. I hear a lot.
Supposedly.
Supposedly is one that drives me nuts.
Irregardless. That's another one.
Huh.
But you know what? I looked up irregardless, and there's one of those that it's actually in the dictionary.
I've never heard this. Rosebud says we call drinking fountains bubblers. It's a Wisconsin thing.
I actually really like that.
I've never heard that one. That's a good one.
I might try to adopt that.
So anyway, there was that moment there. Anything else from the vigil you wanted to talk about
See,
before we move
Lucy
on?
says technically, irregardless is a word. Pervy and privy.
We both saw that.
That's a good one.
That's
Pervy
a good
and privy.
one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Library and library.
So they say bubblers in Australia also, I guess.
I actually really like bubblers. There's something nice about that. I'm going to have a bubbler.
I'm going to go to the bubbler.
That's what the machine was called, wasn't it?
Like the water fountain, right? Like
water fountain's a bubbler.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a soda. I misunderstood. Unprecedented drives me crazy.
I did not know this. So Long Cool Woman says, I looked up supposedly and supposedly, and they are both words.
No.
That's like irregardless. I didn't think irregardless was a word, but it actually is.
I had no idea. Supposedly.
It's an adverb that means something's possible or conceivable or maybe assumed. Is this one of those things where they've added it in because so many people have made the mistake?
It was added like 2 years ago.
No.
That's amazing.
They are both real, according to Merriam-Webster's. But which are you supposed to use?
Little Miss Sharon said she's never heard bubblers in Australia.
I had no idea. I bet very few people realized that was a real word. But thank you, Long Cool Woman. That was
wow. That's new.
That's
Marlena, pizza and pizza.
Pizza.
I haven't heard
pizza. I don't know pizza.
That's funny. All right, we need to get
Okay, but we can do this all day with the words.
We'll have a member. Let's do a members only where we're just talking about words that drive us crazy. Which we are going to do a members only really soon, guys. We're going to do another trivia and give away prizes.
Pale Rider said, what about guesstimate? That's a word. We use that in education all the time.
Guesstimate's a word?
Yes.
I thought it was like some slang word.
No.
Pizca is common in San Diego. Oh, that would drive me nuts, Marlena.
So I want to do something else here. So today I've been on X a little bit. Is this sharing? It's not sharing yet, is it?
Oh, Julie had thank you for your super chat, Julie. She had a question.
Let me stop that. Julie says, family, there's a non-informed rumor the CPS cases were because of Sebastian's behavior. Can you explain reason CPS cases aren't for kids' behaviors?
They can be, right? Auntie's really good at the CPS stuff.
Well, there's a non-informed rumor that the CPS cases were because of Sebastian's behavior.
I don't believe Sebastian's were. But we don't know.
Typically, you don't unless it can be. Yes, it can be. That has happened in the school I was at. That has happened where we had concerns about a child's specific behaviors that warranted calling because those behaviors were not typical of a normal child. They were typical of a child that had been SA'd. So we had to call those in because the behaviors were not normal. So you can call. Now, whether that's this situation, I have no idea. But it is possible for a school to call because you have concern about a child's behavior that
warrants a report.
Yeah, that warrants a report. But most of the time, that a CPS case, at least from the school level, is called in is because the child has come to school and has marks or has said something or directly said this happened at my house. Anything that would warrant unsafe or, putting the child's health or welfare at risk. Those are typically the reasons you call, but it is not out of the question. It's unusual, but it is not out of the question to call because of a child's behavior.
But we did have Tony Mathis on our show, before Christmas.
November-ish or so.
And you want to take over?
Yeah, I mean, he said that of the 5 CPS reports that the 2 parents in the home were at the heart of the CPS reports.
So
And even Chris said that one of them was back when he has talked about them. The one that he acknowledged was about him, and he kind of slipped up and admitted that they had been out there previously for another thing. He said, I don't think he meant to say that, but so really the most to me that non-informed rumor is a non-informed rumor.
Yeah.
I think that's an accurate way to describe that.
And Hot Mess wants to know if we have the deception deck. Why, yes, we do.
We do. So
we do. Oh, that you could transition to that.
I sure can. Hot Mess. Thank you for the
Hot Mess.
segue there.
He was going to show this.
Yeah. So I'm going to go. I'm learning how to do share screen and stuff like that.
Yes, I've been teaching them so that I am not so distracted during lives trying to do everything. And they're doing great. I'm really proud of them.
So I was kind of on our X account today, and I put up a poll. Should Deception Detective review the recent interview with Katie and Chris Proudfoot on WSMV? So far, we've got 208 votes with 83.7% saying yes, 16.3% saying no. And so later, Deception Detective retweeted it, and we had a so
you want to tell everybody to go over there and vote if they want to vote?
So if you wouldn't mind, if you wouldn't mind to
Karen.
vote, preferably yes. I guess if you really don't want to do it, vote no. But if you would like to have Deception Detective continue his coverage of the Sebastian Rogers story,
Patty voted.
He does pay attention to these kind of things, and he's got 137 or 135,000 subscribers. So he's got a big audience, and he's got a broad audience. True crime mostly, but not people that are like us, where we're all really honed in and know a lot about the story. You always want people like those lore lodges and court TVs and Deception Detective, people that don't just cover this one story, but cover, have a broad audience to stay involved. And so that's kind of the hope. So I'm glad we kind of got his attention there. And if he has, if he sees a nice percentage, then maybe he'll end up doing this in continue that series.
I can't tell you how thrilled Mr. E was today with himself. He came in and he goes, guess who retweeted my poll?
I did.
Yeah,
he did it like right away too. He must have already been on the phone.
Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Thank you so much. She sent us a cash app.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You are so good to us. We don't deserve you. We really don't. You are a wonderful person, and you've been so supportive of us for the health conditions of our children, praying and doing. I'm going to keep that all private, but a lot of the things that you have done to help us, and we appreciate you.
She's been one of the best to us. She's been amazing. Always been great with us since we started this channel. She's been wonderful.
Oh, Women's Warrior has a channel starting, and I am behind on my emails. I need to share her link.
Yeah, so we're actually creeping up on that percentage there. So we went from 83.7 to 84%. So so we want to get his attention because he kind of goes where the interest is. If people want John Benet Ramsey, he's doing John Benet Ramsey, and he gives his audience what they want. So thought if we kind of since we got his attention, if we have a nice turnout on that, he might be more inclined to give this interview a look. And the one I'm talking about was the WSMV, the longer one, which we're actually going to go into tonight also, because we have not been here since the anniversary, and haven't had a chance to go over our thoughts on those interviews ourselves. But let's see. So I'll stop sharing that. I might revisit some stuff over on X later, though.
Marlena thinks he will definitely cover it. I think he's intrigued by it. I really do.
He's been posting about them a lot lately anyway, just over the last few days. So I think it's on his mind as a possibility. It's been a little while since he's done a video too. Yeah. So, and you can, if you don't want the the hard copy Deception deck. He does do it. He has a digital version. He does. So it,
okay, guys, this is women's.
I like to have stuff in my hands. I'm just
he's the kind of guy that I got him on a digital book reader. He tried, he really did, but he really is the kind of person who wants a real hardback novel.
I'm just that
kind
way.
of guy.
I'd rather have the item or something. I don't know, just the way I'm
which
wired.
Drives me crazy because I try to get rid of everything.
More stuff and junk in the house. More
junk in the house.
Well, good to see you. All I Need Is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. Put us on a 1.5 times speed or 2 times, and
we really didn't say anything in the first hour.
A lot of grammar stuff, and what else? And talked a little bit about the Vigil too. But glad to see you here, of course.
All right, love.
So there's another thing I wanted to go to. I'm kind of jumping around to a couple of different things tonight. Just today caught my eye. I want to pull that up here.
Oh, somebody better must have gone live. Just kidding.
It happens.
Yeah, Rochelle, that's how he is. He just likes to have the books. He has. I don't think you have every Stephen King book now, but you used to.
Oh yeah.
He used to have them all because he collected them from growing up and had them, from high school on up, and so he held on to them. It used to be probably some of your most prized possessions, really.
Oh yeah, I mean,
are his books. Yeah.
Stephen King gave me a love of reading for sure.
Granny got us a really nice Bible for Christmas that we need to look at. It's got the Constitution in it.
Would you mind to put Crime Time Buzz's link?
I will do
in the
that.
Chat.
I will do that.
So I don't know if we've ever mentioned her before, but she's a great channel. Crime Time Buzz does great work. She'd been away for a little bit, and she's been back the last few weeks. And a lot of folks, I heard a lot of talk about this particular live stream, and it's really good. There's a lot of information in here. I'm not going to play the whole live stream at all. There's just a couple of little parts I wanted to highlight. But it's a great channel, of course. She covers Sebastian Rogers a great deal, and has good sources too, because she was talking. This live stream involves a lot of sourcing that she has, and I don't think we have the exact same sources just by listening to her, but her sources are lining up pretty similar with what we're being told too. But she has some details that I don't have, if that makes sense.
Real quick, since we've got some of our diehard wonderful members, I get the free memberships every month. I was going to give those away. Or you know what? Go ahead.
Julie, I feel your pain on this. I'm always on my phone when I watch YouTube. And when you go in and 10 people say hello, you want to at back, but it's so hard, to at people because it doesn't let you just tap and say hello. So I totally get it. But Julie says hi to everybody.
I will play. I'm going to do 5 memberships now for everybody, and I'll play the songs in a little bit. So hope some of our friends get those.
And I think we just had a new member join, actually. Yeah, we did. If I can highlight it.
You're doing great. I'm really proud of you.
Why won't that highlight?
Where is it?
Right
here?
Yeah.
Because you're clicking on that and not over here.
Oh, I need to go to start.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Rachel508, for becoming a member. We do appreciate that very much. And let's see if we missed anybody. I don't think we did we?
Yay, little Miss Sharon got one. Yay.
Did we say thank you to Sunset Gazing?
Oh, we don't blast people for not renewing. We just appreciate the support. Don't worry, Rachel.
Oh, no, absolutely. Everybody.
No. We've all got things going on.
Yeah, so. I mean, we don't think anything about that at all. But anyway, thank you. We do appreciate any help, and
we do. It does help. It does help keep the StreamYard on.
Oh, so there may be some news. Old McMary's Journal says there's disruption on the floor. Sergeant of Arms is ordered to remove the problem.
I told old McMary to keep us updated.
It's bad.
What's going on, Aunt E? Tell us.
They're actually having to remove some of the people because they won't be quiet. They're like yelling out. They won't let him talk. It's bad. He's actually being removed now by the sergeant at arms.
Lawmakers or
yes, lawmakers.
Oh, that's terrible.
Thank you
It's
for
terrible,
being a member
but
for 2 months.
it's crazy.
Marlena. And she says prayers for the sick and missing. Absolutely.
Thank you. So there were a couple of clips I wanted to play from her channel. I gotta think of what this first one was.
Okay, I did learn how to watch live replay comments from a phone. I feel so grown now. I know what you mean.
All right, so this lady's name is Jay. Her channel's Crime Time Buzz.
Oh,
and
well, we appreciate you, Rob. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Appreciate you too.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to play about a minute of this. So
I'm going to step away while you do that.
This is going to be her talking. I might play it twice because I kind of want to absorb it myself. This was her talking to a detective, friend of hers that was unfamiliar with the case.
I spoke to a detective completely unrelated to Tennessee, completely unrelated to the case. And I told him about people threatening to ruin a little boy's vigil, a boy who's been missing over a year. And I told him at the first vigil, they did the same at another vigil, they did the same thing and we're filming it. And I said, and he said, what I take of that is you are dealing with a suspect involved, most likely. They love to insert themselves. They love the attention. He said, or you're dealing with someone who is being paid to insert themselves and divert the attention. He said, or you might be dealing with someone who's not involved at all, but just very mentally unstable. So, he's not familiar with the case, but we will go to the Celebration of Life Church page in a minute. But
So I'm going to play that one more time just to kind of get these three kind of categories that this detective considered. And again, I think it's important to just kind of note that this detective does not know anything about Sebastian Rogers or the situation to the case.
I spoke to a detective completely unrelated to Tennessee, completely unrelated to the case. And I told him about people threatening to ruin a little boy's vigil, a boy who's been missing over a year. And I told him at the first vigil, they did the same at another vigil, they did the same thing and we're filming it. And I said, and he said, what I take of that is you are dealing with a suspect involved, most likely. They love to insert themselves. They love the attention. He said, or you're dealing with someone who is being paid to insert themselves and divert the attention. He said, or you might be dealing with someone who's not involved at all, but just very mentally unstable. So,
So I thought that was interesting. I always like to hear from professionals that are not connected to the case. They just have their experience and their perspective, and they've been around. So essentially, that detective, when looking at this, you have. I mean, it's not just this vigil. It's been several situations where people are looking to disrupt, and with this detective, they think it could be suspects, could be people being paid, or could be people that are just mentally ill. And as some of you are saying, all of the above. And I think there are some of all of the above there. We keep seeing it, and it's really the most. I just think there's a if that detective unrelated to the case is looking at these happenings that way, then I would guess that the Sumner County detectives are also considering those possibilities too, right? They wanting to insert themselves, wanting to disrupt, distract. I would have to believe that those people are being monitored and watched and considered if they have what kind of role is it just mental illness? Because we know that there are some people involved that get involved in true crime because they do have some issues that way. But then it is also possible that people are paid agitators and disruptors, disinformation agents, or they might actually have a role and have a reason to need to throw things off the rails. I think I heard some stories that the church got some harassment on their Facebook page and things like that. Just outrageous stuff.
That's just ridiculous.
And if you think that FBI and TBI and Sumner County is not looking at stuff like that, going, let's look into this person, I think you're kidding yourself. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're making note of all of it, and probably have been for the last year. Kelsey says, I think the world of you guys. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
For 5 months. Thank you so much, Kelsey. We appreciate you too. And you would get the Megan Boswell badge too, because Kelsey was there with us for that also. But yeah, so I don't know. We've always, or at least I've always believed that it is likely a conspiracy of people that have been involved in Sebastian's disappearance, maybe 3 to 5, with different levels of knowledge, maybe just in the cover up, maybe directly involved, maybe just some knowledge of or bits and parts of things. And it's possible some of those people have inserted themselves into the case like that. But if you think they're not being monitored, I think that would be foolish to believe.
Yeah, that's Bliss Blessings. His eyes are everywhere. They just do not know it.
I know. And everything online, nothing online is private. I always tell my kids, you do anything online, you just assume that literally everybody on the planet can read it. Nothing's ever deleted. Everything's archived and saved. Everything can be retrieved. Sock accounts and things like that. There are ways to know and see around things. People aren't as anonymous as they think they are. But anyway, so I just thought that was really interesting from his perspective, and it also reminded me of last summer. I had met a lady that was a crime scene specialist. I don't know what you call that. They do the forensics. Like, she would be the kind of person that comes in and does the luminol and the fingerprinting. Would it just be a forensics expert? I don't know what you call that role. But anyway, that was her job. And she was from Miami, knew nothing about Sebastian Rogers. And once I realized what her career was, I just started asking her about. So can I ask you a question? Because we've been, I told her what we were doing with this, YouTube channel and everything in the case, and gave her a little bit of details on it. And she had said, because at that time there was a lot of debate about whether or not forensics had been done on the Proudfoot home. The things had not been fingerprinted. They hadn't done luminol. They hadn't treated it as a crime scene, And so I said, what should have happened in this case? And what she told me was that if the police were arriving at a home where there was a missing child, that they would treat it as a missing child until there was any sign at all that there might be foul play. And as soon as an officer heard a parent say something strange, or they saw a blood droplet or whatever it might be, as soon as they got any indication that something might be off, then they clear the house, seal it, and treat it as a crime scene from that point on. And then I said, well, the one thing that people have said is they didn't do luminol. And I said, would the neighbors in public, would they necessarily know if luminol had been used in the house? Because, people had said you have to cover all the windows and do these different things. And she said, no, it would depend on what you were doing. And she said that, it's not like on TV shows where you just go in and luminol an entire home. You don't do that. She said what would happen is the police would go through and they would mark points of interest. Like if it looked like the kitchen floor had just been cleaned, they might put a little tag on the floor. Or if they thought something was wrong with the blankets or something on the wall, they would go through with these little stickers with numbers and say, we want you to test this and this and this. And so she said, you just really do specific areas. So you may or may not know You could do that inside, just depending on what part of the house, and nobody outside would have any idea that it had actually happened. So anyway, that's knowledge straight from a person that does that for a living. And to me, it's always interesting to get that real life experience. So it's possible. It's always been said that no forensics were done in the home, or not adequate amount, but we don't actually know that. It's possible that some forensics were done inside, because there's just no way for us to know until detectives tell us one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it just reminded me of that conversation. I hadn't talked about that in a long time. It was back last summer, I think. And but anyway, it just popped back in my mind because of that. There's one other clip I want to do. Do y'all have anything to add to any of that I just played? I know you didn't hear did you hear this from Crime Time Buzz earlier, where she was saying she had the detective friend that didn't know the case, and he said that people that would disrupt a vigil or do things like that in his mind, what he would be thinking is they would either be suspects, paid to disrupt, or mentally ill.
Right. I heard that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I listened to that. And I also listened to the part where she was talking about our show and what we said too. She talks about us quite a bit on there.
Oh, did she on this one? She did.
Yes, on that one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always check her out. She's always been very nice to us.
Yeah.
She did talk about us here.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, because she was talking about our sources from our last stream, saying that
and she had also had some of the same. She'd also had sources that told her the same thing that we said.
Yeah.
Well, I'll reinforce it. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know what else to say.
Oh yeah.
About
it being
a criminal investigation. Yeah. I've seen it with my own eyes. So when that comes out, that everybody will get to see it, but I've seen it with my own eyes.
It is funny how this has become such a point of contention about it being a criminal investigation or not. Mm-hmm. And in a way, it seems like it doesn't matter, because it's whatever the police are doing, they're doing. But I know the reason that the people that want to get away with whatever crime they committed, they need you to believe that it's not a criminal investigation. They want you to believe that he's a runaway. And that's why it's become this kind of dividing line. They want you to think he walked out that door, wandered up to a construction site. That particular narrative, they want you to still believe that that's a possibility. And if they lose on that part of the information war, where they acknowledge it's a criminal investigation, then they know that the runaway theories are completely off the table, and that means there's a criminal, right? That means that somebody abducted or took his life. It's all you're left with. So that's why, even though they've seen I think 2 or 3 emails have come out now, proving that this is a criminal investigation, but they're denying it, calling it forgeries, whatever. But that's why they're dying on that hill, because it's so important to them to keep. Because I think it looks like for a long time, the story they're going to want us to believe is the one where Sebastian walks out the backyard, walks over to Kellen, makes a left, goes up that hill, goes up to the top of that hill, passing 20 houses, 30 houses with security cameras, right? And then wanders into the construction area, and then whatever happens, retention pond or whatever. That's the story that they want us to believe, that they want the public to start to buy into, which I think is also why they released that little snippet of a video of someone moving at the top of Kellen near the construction area, so that they could start to plant that idea and fortify that story, narrative, that false narrative.
You mean the neighborhood that's been bulldozed, piped, cable lines? What else? I mean, what else has been done? Framing, cement, all the things that if anybody was over there, they would have already found. You mean that?
Yeah.
And the fact that, we may have to pull out our old footage, but even when we were there back in May and June recording, every other house, if not, everybody had cameras. Everybody.
I think
there were Ring doorbells, everything there. So I don't,
Well, even the video that was released, they dropped too early. The one that came out days before and we're going to get to this Katie interview later, but they wanted it to come out at the same time as that interview. And when we play the interview, if you haven't seen it yet, you'll see how this totally messed up the narrative framing they were trying to do. But it came out, 4 or 5 days early, and
right.
What? CP said his neighbor's cat was caught on video. So how wasn't Sebastian seen?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the reality. The reality of what happened is Sebastian, I believe, was carried to that car. There's some kind of trail or track of the people that walked through that yard. And
right, because we remember they went back. If you remember, they went back a few days in and took pictures of that backyard, and everyone was very curious why they did that.
Yes, they took several pictures of that backyard. So that's the path that was taken. I think they got lucky that in the construction site, that dog picked up a track and went down to the retention pond and jumped in. So that the opportunity presented itself to say, oh, well, maybe what happened is Sebastian walked out that backyard. He's the track leading to Kellen. He goes up the hill, goes into the construction zone, and then whoever led him down to the retention pond, or he went and drowned in the water, or whatever they want to,
the retention pond they drained.
That was later drained. But I mean, yes, they did drain. But I think that's the cover story for the reality, the evidence that's there. Because the evidence that they have is whatever they were taking pictures of in the backyard, the video footage of the flashlights, and they do have the dog that jumped in the retention pond. So they're trying to connect those things all together in the narrative, and a convenient piece of footage of someone at the top of Kellen who's an innocent neighbor who is not Sebastian or not somebody involved in the disappearance.
And it's very far away from the house.
And everybody knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that person is not Sebastian or anybody involved in this disappearance, because you would have had to have walked right by that camera at a closer angle. You would have had to walk by that camera. There's no other way to have gotten up there if it was somebody coming from the Proudfoot home. I don't know if am I saying this in a clear way? Is that making sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I'm just not sure.
Marlena had a good question.
Marlena says, I'd like to ask if SF why he sat on that video for so long if he thought it was of importance, and why keep putting that narrative out after Ellie already came out and said it's not relevant. That's a question for him. I mean, I think the answer is it was all about setting a narrative that they're trying to. They knew they were going to have. They knew they were going to have the public's attention for one day, not our attention. They've got our attention every day, but just the normal news watching person that doesn't remember the story very well. What they wanted was they wanted to have that interview come out, show the person walking, have people go, oh, maybe that's Sebastian walking over there. And then Chris and Katie do their interview where they're, wow, this is really hopeful. We think that this is Sebastian, or maybe, we finally have hope in the case, like they did, but that all got messed up because we had several days to debunk that video. And by the time the interview comes out, the interview looks ridiculous because of the timing of it all.
Opal says, but remember, Sebastian's flashlight was not working.
Yeah.
I don't think that we were supposed to know that. I think that came from Seth.
I think too. It was to, if anyone did see flashlights at night, it explained that to some degree.
I think we weren't supposed to know that it was more of a fidget.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of the way
that's what I thought as well.
Yeah, I think that's also part of the cover story, the flashlight, actually. I think that's part of the way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sunset Gazing said their foil was foiled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So, WSMV really did us a favor by dropping that several days early, I think. So anyway, that's kind of got a little off.
Yeah, Girl Who Loves Frogs says they did say it was a fidget. See, I don't remember it coming out of CPKP. I remember Seth saying that early on. Because back in the, before we got involved in, doing a show, I listened to everything I could listen to. I mean, everything that had to do with the case, because I was obsessed with it. It scared me, having a child with autism. Just the thought of a child with autism disappearing without a trace was terrifying. So I absorbed all of that information early on. I wish I'd kept better notes.
Yeah, I mean, who knew though?
Oh, okay. So Michelle, did she say it was a fidget, or did she say the flashlight? Because I'll tell you, we had friends there the day of. You guys that have joined us, later when we started doing our streams, we talked about this, and our friends that were there told us that 3 things: there were no shoes, there was no scent, the scent ended at the end of the driveway, and that a flashlight was missing. Those are the 3 things. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 things. And that the parents did not want their last name out. That were those 4 things.
Right.
Because we called to offer assistance. And anyway.
Yeah, Dreaming of Blue Sky says, I watched the video today and heard about the lady from New York and what she saw. I hope if anyone else saw anything, they came forward. That was heartbreaking to hear. Yeah, so I don't know if she's in another video, but she talks about her here, this New York lady. Some of you might know about this already. But this lady in New York is claiming that she saw 3 people carrying someone in a sheet on video out to the street, is my understanding of it. She may have done an interview since then, but this was the first I'd heard of it, was from this stream. There might be something more recent.
That's what I thought, Sunset.
This is what I think happened with the flashlight. And I could be wrong, of course. This is just speculation. I think that the flashlight, I think they knew they were using flashlights in the yard to be able to see. I think it was extremely dark. And
it was very dark that night.
They could not walk through there without tripping all over themselves, and had to use probably their phone lights, would be my guess. And knowing that it would likely get picked up, came up with Sebastian had his flashlight with him, so that maybe that would give the possibility of what light was being seen in the backyard. That's my theory on why that was even mentioned.
The same lady did call in to Justin's a while ago.
Okay, so I don't know, but you all might know this more about the New York lady than I do. Geofence warrant speaks for itself as a criminal investigation. Many cases like Caleb Harris are not granted a geofence warrant. Has to be a criminal case.
Thank you, Bliss. You're so sweet. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to play all those songs in a little bit. I just wanted to let him do his thing. Thank you so much. It's very sweet.
But what Amber says as well, as soon as you're done with that one, she was talking also about the phone. She said if there were phone lights, then there has to be some kind of trace. If LE knows who did it, then why aren't they using the silver bracelets on somebody by now? It should show movement. If they did have phones and they should show movement. You're right.
I think we're going to stick close to they are gathering a case. And when we will be the last to know. All of us will, because they'll already be taken away, whoever did this, by the time we hear about it.
Right. She only mentioned the flashlight after Ellie asked if he could had a flashlight. That's the way I remembered that also. And I can't remember which interview. I can't remember where that first came out, but it wasn't right away. It was a little later.
We heard it right off the bat.
About the flashlight?
Yes, I just said the 4 things that we were told. It was before the 3rd day. They were there the first day, and I talked to them like the 2nd or 3rd day.
Okay.
And offered our help.
But see, what could have happened is they would have had time to have seen video by then. Let's say theoretically that it's day 2 and they've seen video of the flashlights in the backyard, and they go, okay, well, somebody's got a flashlight in that backyard. They know Sebastian didn't take his phone. They come back to Katie and Chris and say, hey, is it possible that there's a flashlight missing? Because we're seeing some things on video.
Mm-hmm.
And then then she kind of, there's
You guys are good.
a
See,
little green flashlight missing.
we were not, this brought us into the true crime world. We didn't know this world existed. Michelle and Cajun are all saying, "Oh yeah, I've got the screenshot from the beginning." I did not do that.
I think that's how it went. I think that the little mini flashlight was a cover story. I think that's what it was. Could be wrong, of course, but that's how I think that played out. I think it was kind of a panic cover story. Do you think that too?
I do.
I think what Ivy League, she said, Ivy League flight nurse says, my brain and heart just refuses to believe that K&C have outsmarted law enforcement and did not leave a shred of evidence behind. I find that hard to believe. I think there has to be something.
Of course.
What is that you always say that someone told you a detective or you heard a detective say about making mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, anybody. I think they must have been talking about this case. I don't know who it was, but it was a detective of some.
Oh, I bet it was Chris McDonough.
It might have been, but I can't remember 100%. But it was. But they were just saying that anybody committing a crime like this for the first time, they're going to make a mistake. They're not professionals. They're not going to understand all the things that you would need to do to cover something like that up. So that, of course they would have. I mean, we actually know there's already mistakes made. I mean, the flashlight videos, mistakes already. The car in the neighborhood, which we're going to get to in a minute too, because I've been having some thoughts about that we haven't discussed.
Oh,
yeah. So
I
somebody was talking about Mob Crew last night. I guess that's one we need to check out. I did not see the one from yesterday.
I think they were saying that Crime Time Buzz speaks highly of us and Mob Crew.
Oh, okay. Well, great. Yeah. I mean, I think both of them are great too. I mean, they both.
Laura R says, I think they have a lot of evidence. I agree.
And Jay from Crime Time, she seems to have some good.
I mean,
whoever she's talking to, I think she's got some good people.
The thing is like, look at the Dylan Redwine case. I mean, how many years did that take? For 5? Something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that took 5 years. Hi, Brittany J.
Hello, Brittany.
Brittany.
Good to see you.
You have to tell her your story. No, well, you can tell her offline. Funny story.
Is it one we can do? We'll think about it.
Yeah, it was a funny story from last night. It's funny. Well, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's fine.
There's nothing wrong with it because we didn't.
Brittany, you might remember this. So,
Brittany said it took 5 years. Correct. Yeah, exactly.
So Brittany J, if you don't know Brittany J, she does a true crime channel. Usually goes on later at night, usually like around 10:30 or so. So we usually listen to like a half hour before bed or so.
I set a timer and I put my phone on the charger.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're usually listening to it as we go to sleep.
And I have to say it's a good distraction because we've had a lot of on our mind with our child's medical issues. And we've both had a lot of trouble sleeping. And so it's just a nice distraction to go to sleep without filling our head with worry. And it's been nice. But anyway, this is funny. You got to hear this.
So Brittany, I go to sleep. Your show's still going.
I was asleep too.
Yeah, we're both asleep. I wake up to go to the restroom. I get up, I go to the bathroom, and I come back. And I mean, just as I'm getting back in bed, I hear someone on your panel saying something like, "Oh no, they're going after Mr. and Mrs. E" or something. And oh no, not Mr. and Mrs. E, all the hate toward them or whatever. So I don't even know what it was. It's like
but it was
what
so
kind of
funny.
Crazy timing was that? I'm getting bed. It's like, what? Who's going after it? Whatever.
Well, it didn't matter. We don't listen to that stuff anyway.
But anyway, so I just, I went on to.
It was just really funny for him to wake up at that moment and hear that.
Yeah, so it was hilarious.
So he told me about it this morning, and I was like, I just rolled my eyes. I was like, oh boy.
So anyway, so I thought it was very, very funny. Of course, I I told her about it this morning.
I laughed pretty hard about it.
Yeah, pretty good. So
because I set a timer for like an hour or whatever, and it just kind of automatically shuts off, but it had not shut off at that point.
Yeah, and then they changed topics pretty quickly, so I didn't even know what it was about. So I was like, well, okay.
Oh, we're very protective of you guys. Well, we appreciate that.
I appreciate it.
It was reality.
It was totally worth it because it was hilarious. But anyway, so yeah. But anyway, so we okay, well that's okay. We can do that story.
Well, I mean, it was just silly. It was just because we really don't listen nor have time to listen to anything.
Yeah.
Much. So look, reality's popping in. That's your protector.
That's who it was. It was Reality Wins where that's who it was. It was saying, no, don't go after Mr. and Mrs. E. What are you doing? It's hilarious.
Excuse me. It was cute.
Well, I appreciate
we appreciate it. It was really funny.
Yeah, it was. It was totally worth the laugh.
And we don't get to laugh much, so we really enjoyed that.
But so anyway, so this is in reference a little bit to the New York Caller. And just a minute of this I wanted to play from Crime Time. And I might play it twice just to make sure we kind of get it here.
Hi, Smiley. There.
Hi, Smiley.
Now, do you recognize her?
I do. Not without her glasses, apparently.
Oh, wait. Auntie E, I have a question. Is there anybody been thrown out of the State of the Union?
No, but they're the behavior of one side versus the other is unreal.
Yeah, that's just the way it is now, isn't it?
You don't have to be sorry about anything. That was sweet. Mr. E just kind of woke up and heard somebody yelling about us, and it was funny.
I'm glad you were here to hear that story, though, because it was really funny.
We love you too, Britt. We do. We do.
All right, so I'm going to play this here. So this is what was catching my attention was this part.
Long Hollow. Okay.
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 Okay. So
you're not. We can't hear any of that, guys.
Oh, you couldn't hear that?
No, I thought something was wrong technically. We can't hear it. No, we didn't hear any of that.
Really?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know why.
I don't either.
I didn't
not
see the
muted.
Oh, you're not sharing that tab. Share this tab instead.
I was going to say it didn't show that it was playing.
Okay, never mind. He was just playing it on YouTube.
I was like, and you all were going like you were nodding your head, and I was like, I don't hear anything.
Look, I'm so proud of him for learning. So let's cut him some slack.
So she's communicating with this New York lady, or I guess it's a lady, the New York Caller.
Oh, and somebody about the bracelets. Briar Rose was wanting a bracelet.
Is it Briar Rose that asked me? I couldn't remember who asked me. I will figure out how to do that and put it in our community. I don't know how to do that. You know what, Briar Rose, send me an email and we can go from there. I've got some bracelets. I can. Nightbot has been doing it for me. I can't remember what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna play this here.
Yeah, let's try to play
DG's vehicle. They put him in the vehicle. They backed out, went down Kellen, and turned left on the Long Hollow Pike Road. Am I correct in all of that? You are amazing. Thank you so much. See, I'm thinking the reward amount 347 may have something to do with the.
Okay, I'm just gonna play it one more time
because they took him to the vehicle that was waiting, which was DG's vehicle. They put him in the vehicle. They backed out, went down Kellen, and turned left on the Long Hollow Pike Road. Am I correct in all of that? You are amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
we are so blessed. Look at all these wonderful people here tonight. We've got All of our friends.
I know. See, it's
we're missing Josh, but that's okay.
Somebody said Josh a second ago.
Oh, really? I'll give him some slack.
Well, we appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with us. So this car situation. So what she's describing is she says that there's a Nissan Altima. I think she says a Nissan Altima, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. She does.
And she thinks it's the same year as a particular friend of the Proudfoots.
No, relative.
Oh, relative, right. And that's the vehicle that comes out of the neighborhood, makes a left, which would be going in the direction of Beach High School.
Okay. I thought she said makes a. Oh, yes, she did.
No,
it
left would be towards Beach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the we've had a few times now with different reporting where people are saying that there is a camera right there on Long Hollow that's catching cars coming and going. We've actually heard that from the PI for the Proudfoots when he was describing something, and Clutch and Pearls has also had a source saying this. So what it makes me, speaking of which, good to see you, Justin. Actually, maybe you can confirm this for me, Justin. I think I remember a live of yours a little while back where you have a source that has a camera showing anything coming and going from the Proudfoot neighborhood. If I'm wrong about that, would you mind to correct me either way? I thought I remembered you saying something about that in a live a few weeks ago. So what that makes me feel like, if that is the case, that they're catching the cars coming and going out of the neighborhood, because we just know what we've seen, which is the one camera showing the backyard of the Proudfoots, but may or may not catch vehicles. But if they're catching cars coming and going from the neighborhood and they have all of that, then they know exactly which car this is. They know who it is. They know whose vehicle it is. They know the license plate. That means they've always known the vehicle that came and went. Okay, so Justin is confirming that. So Justin's saying there is a camera that shows all the vehicles coming and going from the neighborhood. Okay, I thought you said that. Yeah. I was going off memory of one of your shows a while back. So now we've got 3 people all confirming this, basically. Justin, Crime Time Buzz, and the PI.
So Sunbeamer says later she says right instead of left.
Okay.
Justin, which one is it?
She later says right. Okay, so she was correcting herself.
And also, Justin wasn't here earlier. We were bragging about getting to see Remy and how kind you were to all of us and how wonderful it was to meet you. And we appreciate you so much. And also, we were talking about how beautiful Smiley's eyes are. So Smiley missed that. She missed all that talk about how Mr. E didn't know who you were for the first 20 minutes of our dinner. Until I finally said, that's Smiley. So, and hi, Machete. She changed it to Ms. Machete. I like it.
I told you it was right. It is right.
So right would be towards Happy Hollow.
Well, you might want to listen to it again because she corrects herself or says something about going right later. Okay. So you might want to listen to it again just to make sure.
Yeah, sometimes people just misspeak. They mean to say left, they mean right, and kind of get turned around. So if it was right, that was the direction we always thought would make more sense if you were trying to be incognito. Because
and this is what I had heard also on there. Turning right will lead into ring cam at 3400 block of Long Hollow Pike.
Okay.
That's what I had heard there. She mentions that later.
Okay.
It's so true.
It is true. That actually is true. I just like people.
He did not recognize you without your glasses.
It is true. Yeah, that's funny.
And he kind of just kind of quietly goes, "Who's that over there?" I said, "That's Smiley."
We had like a 10-minute conversation.
They'd already been talking for a long time. Correct me up.
But yes, Smiley was wonderful. So it was great to meet her for sure.
Fun night.
Wish we could have all talked longer, actually, but it was great. Great to meet everybody that we did. But anyway, so either way this went, whether the car went left or right, it looks like everybody's kind of thinking that the vehicle went right. So away from the high school, which to us always made more sense if you're trying to get out into the country without being seen, or at least with less cameras and being seen. Right. But so that means that that law enforcement has always known what this vehicle is, whose it is, the license plate. They know everything about the car. So if that is true, then this can't be a stranger, right? Because if it were a stranger, then when they did the Amber Alert, they would have immediately put out, we're looking for a Nissan Altima with these plates, this color, this make, model, all that information, whatever they had with the Amber Alert, because it would have been stranger danger. He could have been anywhere in the country 2 days, 3 days later,
like they've done with a lot of these kids lately. We've seen, yeah.
But if it's someone that they know is connected, or a friend, like what JSource is saying, that it is someone that's connected to the family, a family member, a friend, or whatever, then they're not looking for the car. They know exactly where the car is. They're not having to put that in the Amber Alert. It's just part of the case.
Sierra has a question.
I don't know. Sierra 1.5 says, why isn't Ellie doing anything to get him back then if this is true? I mean, it's hard. We don't know what they are doing. I mean, we think they're building a case. We think that they're going to be making arrests anytime, really. Weeks, months. I thought maybe it would be this week. Kind of made that prediction just because they'd seem to have had kind of a thing for anniversaries. The birthday and the 6-month announcement of the reward. They seem to be kind of aware of those milestones. So I thought they might just go ahead and do it that week. But it'll ultimately just be up to the DA when he feels like it's strong enough that they have enough. They'll have to do, I suppose they'll have to do a grand jury, right? At some point, and go from there. And I know that kind of assumes that he's not alive, if that's what they believe.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
But I have thought of it like this: even if they are building a case based on him not being alive anymore, and they bring the charges and arrest 1, 2, 3 people, however many they think are involved, if he is alive somewhere, and it's a situation where they just needed him out of the house, didn't want to take his life, have him hidden somewhere with a distant relative, out of the country, whatever kind of theory we might have, in a church, in some home, whatever. You bring charges against someone and he's alive, then he's suddenly going to reappear and be found. So either possibility could kind of be solved by bringing charges.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to multitask. Sorry.
I don't know, but as far as what they're doing to find him, we just don't know. We just don't know what they believe, what their working theory is.
Hi, girl mom too. Now that I did meet her, I remember her.
And Sassy too had a question.
Beautiful. She's beautiful, beautiful, Sassy. Beautiful, like crazy beautiful.
Who's that?
Girl mom too. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's good to meet you, girl mom. Yes. And so Sassy T says, why didn't the LA officer say thank you after receiving the reward? He didn't say anything.
I thought he did.
I don't know. I mean, I think he seemed kind of surprised at the award, maybe, or I don't know. I don't know if he said thank. I guess he didn't say thank you. I don't know.
I was overwhelmed by the whole situation.
It didn't seem strange in person at all. It seemed like I thought he was great. It just seemed like he was aware of the pressure of it all. And
Cajun said he was choked up.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you could see that he was feeling the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. I listened to Justin a lot the day after and that night and stuff. And everything he was saying about the whole event was right. It was very positive. It was just really It was powerful. It was really powerful. And yeah, I'm very glad they did it.
Thank you, girl mom. I'll tell you though, after that vigil, I started putting like nighttime cream on my face because you're just beautiful. It's beautiful. Anyway.
So do y'all have any thoughts about the car thing I'm saying? Does that do you think that I'm, do you think I'm,
what part?
Just that this would pretty well mean that they would have had to have been able to identify the car. They would know whose it is.
Yeah.
And if it actually was a stranger, we would have already known the make and model of this car by now.
Yeah, Justin, you missed it. He was calling it a reward earlier.
I did. I've had a few.
It was a plaque of gratitude. You were standing next to standing next to Justin the entire time.
Yes.
The plaque of gratitude. I'm just giving him a hard time, guys.
You know,
I don't know what I think about the car. I mean, I feel like they have the information, and I think they've got pieces, and I think some of the pieces just don't quite fit together yet. They don't have enough evidence to. I mean, and like we've said, they can only do this once, and they've got to get it right. Or,
man, I tell you though, if they've got the car,
Hi, Justice Jane.
Hi, Justice Jane. If it is connected to somebody in that family that way, and they know it, I'll tell you, if I'm on a jury, that's really compelling to me.
We forgot to thank Sassy T for our.
We did.
We already did that. Oh, I don't know.
But we didn't thank her.
Say thank you.
Thank you so much. And did we say thank you to Georgie Girl #1?
No.
I don't think we
did. You
did.
guys are slacking, and I just realized
I put the other one up.
I realized I'm 12 minutes behind on putting the kids to bed too. So
Georgie Girl says, praying for holy intervention in this case and the unknown soon to be revealed as we continue to lift Sebastian's name on high. Hands in prayer, Sebastian Strong.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is. And then Marley Golf became a member.
Thank you
guys
Marley.
are really
for everybody.
Yes, thank you. Thank you guys. All of you. Okay.
Well, and that's
true. That's a good point, Sally. Did you see that?
Yes. That was what I was getting ready to put up next. She said, "What if they can't prove who was driving the car? They can, if they can prove ownership, they can at least arrest that person, or they can question that person and say, your car was seen in this area," and they can question them.
I wonder if they've even tried.
I don't know.
Gone to the owner and said, "Why was your car in the neighborhood at 3 a.m.?" I mean, they may know this. They may have had an interview, and we don't know.
Hi, Lisa. Welcome.
We just don't know what's happened in those interrogation rooms and who's been interviewed and what they've said. And I mean, there's just so much information they have like that if this ever goes to trial, will absolutely be fascinating to see what all these people actually said, especially in those first few days that are before they get their story straight. I so wish we could see like that body cam footage and the interrogation rooms now, but that's just not the way it works.
Cheryl says, but if there isn't clear evidence of what happened to Sebastian, then they might not get the results they want. Exactly. And then Justin said his answer to Sally is they will. The person is going to have to prove where they're at as well. They can prove other means too. So exactly.
And Cheryl said they could all be charged with much less crimes too.
And Rob C's got a good point too.
There's a reason Ellie asked for more video of the 24 hours prior to Sebastian.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There had to be something they were looking for there. So of course there's the theory that Chris was in town. Some people believe that he was there, had been there maybe for a few days. I don't know. I'm the part about where he was and when, I'm very torn on. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Georgia Girl also says, definitely want to be sure the conviction when going to an arrest, so the bad guys don't get out of it with some kind of fancy attorney. Exactly.
You don't want a Casey Anthony situation
at
all.
Don't get me started on that.
We've got that right here in Middle Tennessee. She's just over in Murfreesboro. Blackhawk 57 Magnum says, I still haven't been able to get an answer from anyone about the rumor Kathy was seen at Warsham's at 5:48 a.m. Warsham's is on Long Hollow Pike Road. I'm still considering that a rumor.
Blackhawk, we discussed this a lot. Believe it or not.
A lot.
A lot. Well, I don't even know how to begin because we, what?
I mean, we've been told that there are people that have said this.
Well, yes, we know that there are we know the PIs that came out and said that a long time ago. But we're going on the words of the PIs, right? And
we've got other sources too.
Okay, then I don't remember. I'll just let him talk. I'll just sit back.
I just don't.
I'll just, you know what? I'll put the kids to bed and let you talk.
You'd rather do that anyway.
Well, there's that.
There are sources that suggest she was there. I'll just say I'm not, because I'd have to think of what I can say and what I can't.
Okay.
But how good are the sources? I don't know. She claimed she wasn't at the home till 10:30 in a Facebook post she did.
Mm-hmm.
But Seth, I think Seth says she was there when he got there.
Yes,
if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what people in the chat are saying too. So, of course, body cam footage and all that geofencing stuff like that. That's where that all comes into play. They're going to find all those kind of things because I'm sure she would have had her phone with her wherever she was, if she got there at 10:30 or was there at 5. We'll see.
YouTube's doing some wacky stuff because it told me that Cassie Roku just became a new member, but I knew that she'd been around for a while. So thank you for 4 months, Cassie Roku. I was bragging about you and how sweet your voice is to Mr. E and Aunt E prior to the show. She says, love and light for Sebastian to be found. Absolutely. And that was the message on Saturday.
Yeah.
That was the message for sure. And then all I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime member for 1 month. Finally, a milestone. Love you guys. Well, we love you back. We appreciate you.
Smile the story as well. So she lied and she added, it's her opinion.
Tell us how you really feel.
I think this is interesting. I wonder if Ellie has Katie's Apple Watch because she had it on that evening at Texas Roadhouse. And I just wonder when it was taken off because that also can trace movement and you can do fencing with it. And that can give you some information as well.
Yeah. Who picked up on that first? I saw Mob Crew talking about it one day. But yeah, that she had that Apple Watch on at the Roadhouse, but really it wasn't wearing it in the interview. So that made people speculate. Did she decide did she get rid of it? Has it been evidence? Is she just not wanting to be tracked or is there another reason? So lots of possibilities there. I also want to get into the interviews here a little bit.
I know.
But we'll thank Kelsey here first. Thank you, Kelsey, for being a member for 6 months. Car forensics would show where Sebastian is. Oh, well, that's another thing. So if Sebastian was in this car, particularly if he was in the trunk area, and they know whose car it is, it's a family member's, then you're going to find hair follicles or whatever. Of course, if it's a family member's vehicle, then you could always have the argument that
we don't know that. We don't know any of that though.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't know. No, I'm saying if we don't know.
But also
this is according.
It depends on what he could have been wrapped in or put inside that could have eliminated a lot of, if there was like say a big army bag or a big satchel or something that you could fit a body in, that could be, and it could have been zipped and set in there and without anything, being, that could get out and contaminate. But, that's speculative. We don't know. I'm just saying we're speculating if, you would think there would be evidence in the car, but maybe not, depending on the circumstances.
Right. Well, of course, we don't know alive or not, too.
Right.
Because, even if we think he was carried out, he could have been sedated
Right. Exactly.
and moved. So that's why we don't really. I believe it was carried out. I just don't know if he was sedated or not. But either way, if they know the car and they know whose cars it is, and it's somebody connected to the home or the family, like Crime Time Buzz is saying with their source, then they certainly have checked that car. And I mean, you would think they would have to have done a pretty, and the public may not be aware of that. So you would hope. If not, I mean, that would be crazy incompetence, and I don't think that that's what's going on here. I think they've probably. I really just think they've been waiting on all this geofencing and digital data to come back because it can take so long. I think that's all it is.
That's what. I think that
it takes a long time to sort through it. It takes a long time to organize it right. See what I mean. If it would have to be a very complicated process.
They can get so much different types of data, like from the OnStar and the phones. I mean, they can get different data from different places.
What was I going to say? Oh, we have 692 in chat. We have 550 thumbs up. Mr. E's rule. If we get to 1,000 likes, he will play the machete video. Just a reminder. And Kelsey, thank you for 6 months. Car forensics would show where Sebastian is exactly. And then Rogue had a question, but I don't know that we want to get into all that this evening. About the still frame picture. I don't know if we want to get into all that, but I did want to acknowledge Rogue and say hello. I think that maybe that we'll save that for another night because we really want to get to these interviews, and I think we'll probably wrap it up here in about 40 minutes. So I don't know if you want to. I mean, you can if you want. I'm just saying.
I could just briefly just say I think it's authentic. The lightened up. I think it is. You may picking out certain details. I'm not so sure, but I think what we're seeing is pretty much what we're seeing.
Right. And Spicy Disaster's been a member for 3 months and says, love you guys. Well, we love you back. Thank you so much. And Kitty Caddy has been a member for 4 months. I love what you guys, Justin and Brittany, do. Well, we love you back and we appreciate you. We appreciate you all so very much. And I am going to go put the kids to bed and stop stalling. So I will let him get back to it.
Girl Mom says, my husband and I were able to talk to the officer at the Vigil. He was so kind and answered a lot of our questions. He told us there's only one detective on the case and he isn't taking on new cases. That also tells you so much.
I think it does
too. If he were a runaway or this case were cold, there's no way you would dedicate a detective full time more than a year afterward. They're building a case. That's, I mean, it's just obvious that's what's happening.
I would like you to address that.
Okay.
I'll wait. I want to hear this.
Daisy Duke says too many trying to convince others Sebastian was harmed by Katie and CP, which negativity impacts the amount of people willing to look for him. It's like case is solved, the end with many creators.
Too many trying.
Well, I mean, it's the evidence just kind of points where it points, I'm
just curious what
you do kind of have to just go with what you think the reality is. I know that people that are in Seth's orbit and work with him, there's different opinions. There are people that when you talk to them privately, they don't think he's alive. And then there are people that also believe that he is very much alive. Mm-hmm. And those are private conversations that people kind of have that are involved in the search, and none of us really know. It's just opinions at this point.
I don't really think it impacts one way or the other people willing to look for him.
I don't either.
I don't see that no matter what dispersions you throw as to who could possibly be guilty or implicated in it, I don't think that has any bearing as to the people that truly want to search and look. Those people have been doing that the whole time, regardless of what's been said.
And thank you, Reality, for being a member for 3 months. And she says, thank you for being so kind, Sebastian Strong. And then I wanted to, Girl Mom says, on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, on the other hand, the reason there isn't a resolution yet is because of all the bogus leads they have had to follow up on.
True.
That's possible as well.
They have to do it. Yeah. I mean, they fall. I know that I know Seth and his people, they follow up on everything.
Everything. I mean, everything.
They don't publicize it, but that they do. And they're running essentially, like we were saying, a parallel investigation. They follow every sighting. They follow every lead to a foul play. They're covering all the bases there because nobody knows, not with any certainty. Maybe the law enforcement knows. I don't know. We were talking about you earlier today, Random the Dime. You were one of the ones we met, but good to see you here, and it was great to meet your kids. But I want to play a little bit from these interviews. There's two that came out at the anniversary. There was one from Fox that came out the day before, or depending on how you look at it, February 25th, and then one that came out on the 26th. I'm not going to play even this whole thing. If you saw it, you'll already know the part I'm going to hone in on. But we'll just get there. I'm just going to play about a minute of this, and of course, we're looking for what Katie says here.
Scrutiny surrounding this investigation.
Green tea.
A voice and an exuberant smile that have been missing for a year that Sebastian Rogers has gone without his favorite things.
Cats are the number one. He loves animals, almost all animals.
Animals, video games, books, and any chance in the pool.
He loves water. He swims like a fish.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He turned 16, and he should be home for that.
But
So, Auntie, have you seen that one yet? Oh, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Yes, I have seen it. I've actually watched that over and over again.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure many of you have seen that several times. Obviously, she starts to say that he would have turned 16 and catches herself, and you can just see the kind of almost panic, like, oh my gosh, I messed up. Tries to collect herself, and to me, it looks like she's sitting there going, okay, how can I fix my goof here? And then she finishes out. But that's pretty bad. Obviously, if you follow a lot of these statement analysis people or deception detective, all of them starting to refer to your child in the past tense is bad. Saying that his birthday he would have been is really bad because it gives the idea that she knows he didn't turn 16. It was a pretty bad moment for her that way, and sad actually too, because that if you are thinking he's not with us, that really just kind of makes you think she believes that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I played, and hopefully that's not the case. But bad moment from her referring to him in the past tense. There, that's actually a pretty short news segment. It barely shows any interview with Katie at all. But that was the kind of the most important part from that. Then she does a full interview. So I'm going to pull that down and go to this one. Yeah. Let's see how that looks. Okay. So then she did a full interview on the 26th with Holly Thompson, who was the lady that did their first major interview back the second week of Sebastian being missing, And so anyhow, there's going to be a lot of things to look for here. And I'll kind of pause as we go. This is the one that we're doing the poll to hope Deception Detective covers. So we're going to play amateur Deception Detective here and see what we pick up on and notice. I know many of you have seen this other places, but if you haven't, this is a chance to see it.
I struggle to put words to how it feels, honestly. The amount of ups and downs, the amount of like possible leads that haven't panned out. We every day, it's like waking up to this reality that it's actually real. And Sebastian should be home with us. He should be in school. He should be playing. He should be learning. He should be experiencing life. And until we can find him and until we can bring him home, we're going to keep doing everything we can to make sure that people don't forget about him. We're going to keep making sure that we spread awareness for him, and we're going to keep searching, and we're definitely going to keep praying.
So one thing, she does this several times. She'll say that she'll do that. To be honest, honestly, you'll hear it a few times through this interview, which of course is one of those. Mrs. E does it all the time, where you say, to be honest, can sometimes be a form of deception or whatever. You're also going to hear her do a lot of this distancing kind of language where she'll tell you things she's going to do without saying she's going to do them. And they do this a lot anyway, where they'll say things along the lines of, we're begging everyone to help us find Sebastian, instead of actually begging everyone to find Sebastian. Instead of saying, we need everybody out there to help us find Sebastian, they'll say, we are telling everyone to. It's that buffer distancing language, and they do that. She does that a lot, all throughout this interview, where she'll tell you things she wants to say without actually telling you the things, without actually saying it. It's almost like she's writing the script instead of living it, which these people that specialize in this stuff will tell you it can be forms of deception. And then there too, she also talks about how he should be living his life, and it kind of makes you wonder, is that a little leakage too? Is he not living his life? So. And Auntie, if you have any thoughts, feel free to just hop in there.
I was just thinking and reading the chat. We've got a couple of people arguing about things. I just hope everyone is being nice in the chat and respectful.
Oh, I wasn't looking. Is it
just some questioning, why didn't Dog release the 46 minutes of the dinner at Texas Roadhouse? Is it because it would show her actually engaging with her son most of the time? Suspicious to only show a couple moments.
Well, there could be reasons. There could be lots of reasons. There could be things that law enforcement's asked them not to release. That's kind of impossible for us to know.
Right. A lot of people questioning why she did the interviews. I think it's kind of expected at this milestone, I guess, the 1 year mark. I feel like people were expecting her to do something, and if she didn't, it would look even stranger than the videos actually are. I don't know. I felt like it was rehearsed.
It felt very rehearsed. That's actually what I'm wondering. That's what I'm hoping Deception Detective will hone in on a bit. Is, this is a year later. It's not like the Raw week after where you can people are not as rehearsed. This felt like really rehearsed. It felt like, and we've got our sources that are telling us that she also had an attorney present for these, or at least for one of them. So that's kind of interesting too. Who's ever heard of such a thing?
I thought that was odd too.
You've told me you do want to stay positive. I know you both want to stay positive. That's all part of it. So in your mind, do you see Sebastian coming back through your front door? Do you feel he's okay? He's alive. He's out there.
I dream about it every day. I dream that one day I'm going to wake up and this is going to be a nightmare. But
you hear that? That's kind of an interesting thing. She says, I dream one day I'm going to wake up and it's going to be a nightmare.
I know that didn't even make sense.
It's the opposite.
Uh-huh.
It's one day I'm going to wake up and this is all going to be over, and everything's going to be okay. She says, I'm going to wake up one day and it's going to be a nightmare. And it's almost, that made me wonder too, if that's kind of like her subconscious saying that her life is going to remain a nightmare. And no matter what you think happened, I think her life will be a nightmare, regardless of how things played out, what role, who played what, why things happened the way they did, because we don't know who did what exactly. I think what's tough to me is when you watch stuff like this, there's real emotion there. But I think that there's clearly some regret. There's some sorrow. I'm sure that things that are not like any of them want. And then it's hard to go, okay, so is that because of things you did, things happened, things you're hiding, or just more of a pure mourning or something, you know what I mean? Like, but the emotion's obviously there. She's not faking that part of it.
Right.
It's just what's causing the emotions.
Right.
That's what's harder to, because she's clearly crying throughout this interview. That's real. It's just why.
Yes, I believe that my son is out there somewhere. I believe that we are going to find him. We are going to bring him home, and we're going to find a way to recover from this. And I'm going to watch him grow into a young man and, live the life that he deserves to have.
What would you say to him when he walked in that door?
Oh God, I don't even know if I'd be able to speak. I'd probably bulldoze him down with hugs. Honestly, when I picture that, I just picture being able to hug him, to hold him, to smell it. I mean, I just to be able to hear his voice, to hear his laugh, to see him just be with us and be okay is like I can't wait to see my son. I want to find him so bad.
You think he's coming home, right? How would you describe what you all have experienced this last year with so many unanswered questions still?
It's horrific, to be honest with you.
There's that "to be honest with you" stuff again. She does this a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make it bigger if you don't mind?
Oh yeah.
And then Josh says treading water.
Yeah.
Do you want to say hi to Josh?
Hi, Josh. I was listening to you guys today, you and Gary Mercado, on your serial killers episode, and you all were talking about how annoying using the phrase "unalive" is, and you've changed me. I have decided I am not going to use the unalived as a verb like that anymore.
Wow.
I agree with Gary's position on that. So you're changing minds out there with the lab.
At least one.
At least one. I agree that we shouldn't finesse language. We should just say things as they are. And it's Gary made some very good points about language.
What does Gary think this is, though? Rumble?
I know. Well, it was. Have you listened to the serial killer one?
I didn't. I listened to the Lab After Dark because that's kind of my new morning routine while I'm getting ready. Is I'm listening to the Lab After Dark because it makes me laugh.
Yeah. So anyway, I had already decided I wasn't doing pew pews.
Right. He refused pew pews.
He's like, I'm not doing pew pews. I don't care what it means. But unalive. Okay, they've convinced me. I'm not doing that word anymore.
Castle says red rum.
Yeah. I don't know.
It was hard, especially during the Megan Boswell stuff, to do that as well.
Oh, that one was so hard because when you're talking about in plain language what's going on and not use the words that need to be used, it's so hard.
Yeah, I think I'm with Gary. I'm just I'm just going to have to say it if it's rather than use the ridiculous words. But anyway, I just wanted to say because I just listened to that today.
What's nug?
Red rum and nug.
Nug.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, so let's. So anyway, she did to be honest. I think she does this like 3 or 4 times in this interview,
which we saw a lot in the Megan Boswell case. A lot of to be honest and honestly. And I am the kind of person that picks up people's lingo, and I keep catching myself doing that.
Old McMary's journal said, with all the foul language we hear on YouTube, it amazes me we can't use words in the dictionary.
That's a good
So
point.
true. So true.
I know. All right, so
it's never made a difference on any of his shows. So
good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to describe what it feels like to watch the news, to go hang flyers in every store, every business, every place that you go to, and still find that some people don't even know about it. To hear that there might be a lead, and then just to sit there and have to wait and find out that it's not him yet. And I just.
What do you think on that?
I think it's odd. I think it's odd that she just looks over at him like she can't think of the words to describe it, because I just think it's very odd that you can't describe the pain that you're in. If you were in pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like
it should be raw and real.
Well,
and
in her defense, I look to him all the time because he knows what I'm thinking, and he can articulate it better a lot of times than I can. And you know that.
That may be true, but I just think if you are a mom going through all of this, you would have some words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
I just think you would have some words, because it's not like it just happened and you're numb. This has been going on for a year.
Hi, Jennifer. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you, Jennifer.
And thank you for 4 months. We
thank you
appreciate
very much. We appreciate it very much. Yeah, and then there's also this part of me that's, when she talks about, well, people don't even know about him. It's hard not to feel a little snarky, and want to be like, well, I don't know, maybe don't go 9 months without doing an interview about him.
Yeah.
When the news calls.
Have they been known in the area to go around and hand out flyers to stores?
I haven't. I mean,
I've never had a source say that.
We don't know
the only
that,
people
though.
that I had heard of were local people and YouTube people that had gone in the areas and were putting up things, but I hadn't heard.
The only time I've ever I've ever heard of that actually happening, Chris brought a stack of flyers to a bunch of TikTokers at the park or something with Terry Lynn and a few others.
Yeah,
that's the only time I know of that. That doesn't mean it hasn't. That's just the only time I know of.
I just wanted to say, Rodney, I agree. I would love to hear Dr. Gary do a breakdown of CP. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Has he not really?
I don't think he has. Yeah. I would love to hear that.
Well, Josh, get on it. Talk to Dr. Gary. He may be wanting to stay away from this for a bit. I don't know.
And I agree with Rachel. Rachel said you would be able to describe the strongest, worst emotions of your life.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying I often look to my husband to speak for me sometimes because he knows me so well. He knows where I'm going with something and can articulate it better than I can a lot of times. So that's true.
Oh, yeah. I was just reading what Daisy said. I thought it was funny because, I've watched it up close and we have her on big screen. It says, for those no tears, maybe view on a TV or a different device. She cries her eyes out, has snot running down, camera filters and lights block out the mess.
Oh, she's definitely crying.
Oh, she's definitely crying.
Yeah.
You can see her red eyes.
Yeah, in this one, the full length one, I think she does more so than the other one.
Yeah, she looked like she was crying in the other one too, though, I think. But this one, you can actually see tears a couple of times. Just like
the other one, I saw her face looked so red, like her cheeks looked so inflamed. So she obviously was either in a hot room or she was having emotion that she was dealing with. But I don't know. I just get a sense of different. I don't know. I don't know how to describe what I feel when I hear her talk about it.
I'm going to play a little more here, and
it's pure help. I mean, there's nothing you can, there's no words, there's no way to put how this actually feels. And anybody that can, I don't see how.
I mean, that's true, right? That's true no matter what you think.
Right. And Josh says he'll ask, but he's not a big fan of doing active investigations. I can understand that.
Yeah, I was guessing that might be something like that.
I
don't blame him. I don't blame him.
He's just giving you a hard time, Josh.
Yeah,
It would be interesting.
I mean, it's day-to-day life changes and you're stuck. It's almost like it feels like it's a Groundhog Day thing where it's the same thing over and over. You wait, you hope a phone call may come in, you may get something, may get a lead. Turns out to be nothing. That's how it feels.
I'll tell you my impression on him too, just at doing a lot of these with Chris. I think he's the kind of person that doesn't like to lie. Like he doesn't want to, so he does the
semantics
and gets as close to the truth as he can. I think you know what I mean. Everything he just said there, I think, is true, and it's in its own way.
And Blackhawk says, add a question.
Sorry. When Seth showed up that morning, Kathy was already there. Was Terry there already also, or did he show later in the morning?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't know anything about Terry's whereabouts.
I don't recall that him being discussed, really.
No idea where he was. Yeah. It's a good question. I've wondered
I bet
that
Justin
before.
knows, or Mohawk Mom. There's a lot of people.
Yeah. They're a tight family, so it makes you want to know where everybody was, really. Yeah. The lab says, I'll tell him that you said not to be a wuss.
That's funny.
No, I get it. I understand why people don't want to do active investigations in general. They're touchy. I know. They're difficult. It's a lot of emotion. We see it all the time. People get very upset.
What is that message? We were talking earlier last week. Tell me what that message is that you want to make sure our viewers hear from you tonight.
I want to thank everyone who is searching. I want to thank everyone who is spreading flyers, spreading awareness. I want to ask everyone not to forget. And I want to encourage people to keep helping and to keep bringing awareness, not only to our son, but to all of the missing children.
That's what I mean on that distancing language again. She's not thanking everyone. She's not asking everyone to keep searching. She's just saying, I want to thank everyone. I want to ask everyone
that's good. It's a good catch.
It's that buffer thing. Instead of just saying, thank you to everyone that's helped. Please keep searching. If you're out there, keep doing this and that,
Well, and also for other children. I thought that was an odd thing to throw in there for him and other children.
And I can't remember, but I have a whole file of people who have done interviews and were guilty of crimes. And a lot of them say that phrase.
Which one?
About the other children, about the other missing children. And I will have to pull it together. But I have files on that stuff. So, cause I think that's part of the reason the Megan Boswell was so interesting to me is because she did so many interviews and completely just told story after story after story after story. And anyway, it got me starting to look at all the, the Letitia Stouches of the world and things like that. And I cannot remember who it was, but there were a couple of them that also mentioned the other missing children, which I thought was interesting. So not that it means anything. It's just, I found it interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nick says Don Wells did too. Yeah, that might be the one I'm thinking of. You might be right.
I said the same thing about looking for other kids. I mean, I know Seth has done that before, mentioned other children at different times. I don't know if he's done it in like big interviews like this or not. But there's a part of me that kind of thinks if you're in this situation, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to put yourself in anybody's shoes, but.
Whoops. Perfectly Imperfect Mom actually is saying exactly what I was thinking.
I honestly would not be concerned with the other children at the moment that my child is supposed to be the center of attention.
Right.
It was almost like, I know this is what This is how I feel watching it too. Is I'm here for my kid. I'm not here for anybody else right now. My number one priority is where's my kid? Get help for my kid. Spread awareness for my child. And I think that's how most of us think we would probably act, and for her to be. Well, there also needs to be attention for the other missing children, because if you believe the idea that she knows what happened and is in some way responsible, then she is unhappy with the amount of attention that this case is getting, which I think is what many of us believe, is that no one could have ever anticipated how huge this story was going to be. Kids go missing all the time, particularly special needs kids. They didn't even want their name out there. Thought that this whole thing was going to be anonymous. That's what it seems like. That's what we think.
Hi, Detroit. I just saw you in here.
Detroit Rock City.
Oh, I was just saying hi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's saying that to draw attention away from. Yeah, that's what it seems. It seems like a strategy, doesn't it?
You just went out. These dogs are acting nuts.
So we'll keep going with this.
Children, because they all deserve to go home. And I would also like to say that if my son could hear it, that we love him so much, and that we are going to keep searching. We are going to keep looking. We are going to find him, and we are going to bring him home.
Describe your hope right now.
I'm trying to be positive as I can, because I know that my son is out there. I struggle to find words to even describe how it feels anymore, because it's a living nightmare, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, it's not about me. It's about the fact that Sebastian is out there, and that we are looking for him, and we're going to keep looking for him, and we're going to keep praying to God that he is okay, and we're going to bring him home.
This story, we know it's baffled our Hendersonville community. We know it's baffled the mid-state community. It's baffled much of the country as they hear about it. Is there anything that stands out to you that's the most baffling? Like you're just trying to understand?
How we've gone this long and still haven't found him, honestly, is... I don't understand how we haven't found him yet.
Why do you think Sebastian is still missing?
That's tough to say. I mean, it was the largest manhunt in Tennessee history for a child, and absolutely zero evidence. There's nothing out there. Law enforcement's working due diligently. They are working hard over and over and over. You know, we appreciate everything they do. I mean, it is an active investigation, so I don't want to go into it. But it is mind-blowing at the same time that it's been a year, and the amount of people that still don't know about this, it's unnerving, basically.
So I think it's interesting because they both do this where they use that word evidence instead of there's no sign of them, there's no word, there's no camera footage. It's evidence, and evidence you think in terms of somebody building a case,
right?
A criminal case, not.
Well, and I think back to him saying in the first interviews, he'll never be found.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just those first couple of interviews to me were where we got to the most truth about what happened, and I think that was it'll be a case that's studied for years. I mean, those comments are not typically made when you're asking someone about their missing child. How does he know he'll never be found? How does he know it's going to be a case that he isn't going to be found the next day?
Yes.
I mean, it's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess, that he knew all of this, and it's this case that he said it was on day 2.
Right, and they'll say things like this in this interview at some point, that like they're going to be doing this forever. And a deception detective a few days ago put out a tweet. I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but he said something like, OJ said, "I'll never stop looking for my wife's killers." And John Benet Ramsey's parents said something like, "We'll never stop till we find the kidnappers." And Katie says something later like, "We'll never stop searching for Sebastian," or whatever. It's like, well, why will you never stop? That implies that there's never an end to this, that you're never going to find, that you already know that this is forever. And I think she does that later in this interview. They know what it is. At least that's how
That's
this
what
all
it feels
appears.
like.
Right.
Yeah.
I know you both want to try to get the word out as much as possible, and that's what this story, obviously, that's what we're trying to do as well. There are many people who still do not know that you all have hired a private investigator. What can you tell me about the video that he recently has discovered and wants to share? I know this has been shared with authorities now.
Yes.
This is involving the neighborhood.
So I think this is fascinating because this is a week before the anniversary, right? Or almost a week before. So they don't know that this whole video thing's been debunked already as being a nothing.
Right.
And they're going to.
They didn't know Ellie was going to come out quickly and say no.
And we know at this time that they all know that this video is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They know because they've had it since November. And just timed this all up.
Just looking at it, it's nothing.
Yeah, it's obviously nothing. And if they anyway, they know it's nothing. And so we kind of have the benefit of knowing what it's going to look like when Chris wants to sell us on something that's not true. Because we know this is not. We know this is a red herring.
Do you remember which interview Chris said that he would not be found?
I thought that was to Dog.
Was it to Dog? He said it to Dog.
I think Dog made a statement saying he said
Daisy
that.
wants to know where she can find that.
Yeah, but there's a statement similar where you're talking about.
I think Dog put it in
Dog. He says it to Dog when Dog calls him and they offer their services. And I know it's one of those phone calls, but Daisy said she never heard Chris said that.
I think he posted that on his Twitter about it a long time ago.
Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
But it was said.
You know what? No, he said it on
I thought it was on one of
it wasn't Nancy Grace. It was one of those it was the one with Castor, the interview with Castor. He says that.
Dog does?
I think so. I think it was that one. I can't remember exactly.
Rose wrote, says, I'm not a member yet, so I know you probably won't see this, but I liked you guys from the beginning. Only truth channel besides BHB and Seth. So you know the channels I just said told us to pray for you.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Rose wrote. We I know sometimes it's just there's a lot of folks in here. We just can't see every comment, but I just
you caught our eye.
But just caught your eye. But I appreciate the prayers, and I'm sorry we can't read everybody's. It's just it's hard to do. And,
it's hard to keep up, but we appreciate all of you being here. We really, really do. Oh, Susan says it's the blue shirt interview.
Blue shirt interview.
I know that would be Holly Thompson, I think. The original one. This same lady a long time ago. I did do a video, but I only covered Sunday. I did not cover Monday of kind of the clips side by side.
Yeah. And the Proudfoots know there is no tangible evidence.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I just can't remember for sure the interview, but we need to go back and watch this again, I suppose.
I know.
I mean, it's just, I feel, we've watched them a lot.
Brandy said it's the same interview when CP says that Ellie, it's the same interview when CP says that Ellie said that this case will be studied for years, but it got edited out. I remember seeing that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But he does say things like that.
Live in. What can you tell me about that video?
It's eye-opening to see that this is something that recently has surfaced, and it's been this long. It's just taking that long to find something. And what the video shows is kind of mind-boggling. We went from potentially not having a sighting to potentially having a sighting. And it kind of changes, like, wait a minute, now we may have something to actually work off of and move forward with and see where this goes. Exercise every avenue to its fullest. It doesn't matter.
And of course, the point that a lot of folks have made that I've seen talk about this video is that, so this one, that's obviously nothing. So he's all interested in. They feel rejuvenated. But the flashlight video, that's obviously something that gets just completely dismissed. Or the enhanced video, somebody going to the car, that's just all dismissed too. Everything else gets dismissed. Green hoodie, all these things, everything else gets dismissed. But this where you can barely see anything and it ends up being just a neighbor that has nothing to do with it. That's what they want to sell us on. And you can almost see it on his face. He's really trying to sell it. Like, oh, this is really mysterious and mind-boggling. I mean, he really wants you to grab onto this video, right?
No stone unturned. And Katie, you told me earlier you were determined to get to the bottom of this, to get to the bottom of that video.
Absolutely. Anything that could possibly be something that could lead us to him. We're going to keep looking. We're going to keep digging and keep finding and confirm if it is or isn't, because, I mean, if it's possible, then it's got to be confirmed.
How hopeful are you that this video truly has something that could lead to finding Sebastian?
I pray that if there is anything even remotely in it that could help us find Sebastian, I pray that it is, I don't know how to word it, but it's followed up and found out and confirmed one way or the other, because, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the video. I know it's in it. It actually gives us more rejuvenated hope that we may actually be onto something. We just have to run it down. We've got to figure this out. And with law enforcement doing what they can, and with help of like TBI, the FBI, all of that. I mean, I believe Secret Service was involved in the beginning. Maybe they can look at this video as well. Let's bring people back to the table, and let's exercise every possibility of enhancing this video, looking at whatever, and tackling what it is to get an answer.
Now, this is your chance to respond, to speak out, to speak your mind, whatever it is that you want to say. But no matter what the story is, there are always people who will point fingers. What do you want to say to anyone out there who wants to say that one of you could have something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
I would say to pause and to think, and I would say to consider the sources of information. Try to make sure that you're getting legitimate information. Avoid the rumors. And I would say that everyone should pause and remember why we all came together in the first place. And that is because Sebastian's missing, and because I'd like to believe that we all want to find him. And no matter what anyone's personal opinion is, that the most important thing still remains that Sebastian needs to be found, and Sebastian needs to come home. And I would just say thank you to everyone and anyone that is a part of that.
So let's say Sebastian is listening when this is running, and he hears you, he sees you. What do you want to say to him?
I would say that I love you so very much, and that I hope that you're okay. And I would say that know that we all love you, and that there are so many people that care, and so many people that are looking, and hang in there, and know that we're going to find you, know that we're going to bring you home. I miss him so much.
So at this point, it's...
See, I believe that. You believe that?
Yeah, I do.
What?
I believe that. I mean, I think that's genuine.
Oh, yeah. I think so, too.
Yeah, I do. Whatever happened, I still think... Well, that's just my feeling on it.
Bear 90. Hi, haven't seen you in a little bit. Had a great point.
Mr. E, every time we point a finger elsewhere, Ellie steps up immediately, but they don't step forward on our accusations. Okay.
It's a great point.
I've never thought of it quite that way.
Right?
That is true. Yeah, some people are saying that they think it's fake. Maybe. I mean, you can fake cry,
No, I mean her eyes are really red. I mean,
it's hard for me to believe whatever, if he's not with us, that she's that detached, that she doesn't feel the pain from it.
Well, but we also know that we know from what Seth said that she had a hard time bonding, and that he did most of the raising when he was a baby. You might have a mom that she just wasn't fully bonded. I mean, that could be back in her psyche somewhere that kind of helps her protect herself from what's happened too. I mean, just if you're throwing things out there.
You might, you all might be right. Maybe, I mean, many of you think she's faking that.
I
don't
agree
know.
with Justin.
I think that's a good point.
Justin says, clutch them pearls. I think she's crying about the totality of the situation. I agree. I would imagine innocent, guilty, whatever, the gravity of the situation and being put on the spot would cause emotions.
And she does continue to do the distancing language. I know I've kind of pointed it out a few times, but it's again with the I would say, or I would do this. I would, well, no, just do it. You don't have to say I would do this. It's like she's seeing the situation outside of herself, Just checking the chat here before I go on.
And Rose wrote, had her opinion. She said, I don't mean to be rude, but these two are trying to save themselves so much. What a difference in how he's acting on this and how he talks and acts when on other channels. On here, he acts like an angel. And he does, his demeanor here is different than it is on some of the things that we've seen before.
It seems more serious to me in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And Ms. Machete says, I don't even know who we're talking about, but somebody says, good thinking. I've seen what she's been saying. I haven't found a reason to block her. She can have her wrong opinion.
Oh, that's someone in the chat.
They're just,
but
go ahead.
I was just going to say,
Susan was wanting to block someone that was bothering her.
And that's fine. It doesn't matter. Let them work it out.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, I have no idea what the situation was. I was just going to say, if they are being respectful, then that's fine. Different opinions are okay.
No, they're saying block so they don't have to see their comments. That's what it is.
Oh, I see.
And
it's fine. You can totally do that. That's,
There is a way to do that. You just have to click on their name. And
but
I think
there's no reason to worry about that.
No.
Okay. I thought we meant block from the channel, and I was going to say, if somebody disagrees, they're certainly welcome.
Mrs. E, y'all are too soft-hearted when it comes to KP.
You have no idea.
I do feel empathy for them. I do. I did, seeing them in court a couple of times, felt that way.
Yep.
I remember you all talking about that the first time that you went to court.
Yeah, I just, but that's just sort of, even if people have even if they've done terrible things and and caused their whole situation, I still feel bad for people. If she did some crime or whatever involving Sebastian, I still feel for her in the position. What I don't like this, it hurts me to see other people in pain. It bothers me to see it. So I feel it, if that makes sense. Even if she deserves it, I don't know. Sunbeamer says I don't. I know. That's okay.
And Mohawk Mom was pointing out, and I'd forgotten about this, but sorry, why did they remove the missing magnets off their vehicles?
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. They did that early on.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
I don't remember
this is not a hard-hitting interview. But of course, you're not going to get these kind of interviews if you are hard-hitting.
I honestly thought the interviewer was not great in this one. I thought it was.
She's a very nice person.
She's very nice. I just didn't like her format and the way she handled the interview. That's just my opinion.
It's a tough thing because you're not going to get this interview if you're coming in with like the tough questions about flashlight videos and where were you?
Right.
And,
what does that mean? I don't know what that means, Lucy.
I don't know that word.
I don't either.
I think, is that like, I think that means, are you a Cancer? Like is that part of the zodiac?
He is not.
I am not.
I'm guessing that's what that means.
Oh yeah, I guess that is what that means. But no, I'm not. Anyway, I don't know. And maybe she's playing me with the tears, and I'm being one of the people suckered in on it. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes when she's talking about Sebastian,
Megan cried
to me,
too.
I think I'm seeing real pain and loss in her eyes. But maybe it's enough.
You can't see me. He's keeping us in line tonight.
Oh yeah. See, every time I switch out of there, I can't see the
You're right.
Yeah, y'all need to remember the attorney had to approve the questions.
I don't know about approving. I don't remember that. I remember being there.
Oh, I think the attorney very likely helped them with the coaching,
Oh.
right?
Oh, I figured they had to have the questions ahead of time and it had to be run through the attorney. And the attorney probably said, nope, you can't ask this, or yes, you can ask that.
It is what it is. Says, think about the 3M flash. You're right, because that's the one when that was released, that made me so sick to my stomach. I don't know. Do you remember that? How sick to my stomach and upset I was about those flashlights?
Oh, yeah.
When you feel sorry for her too, you might want to think about this. Chocolate Gravy said, my son's pig went missing and we drove up and down these roads for hours looking. Come to find out, he got under our house, but we were not going to stop looking.
Right.
You don't stop looking if you have somebody you love or something you love that you want to find. You just don't stop. And I just think back to Riley Strain's mom and her begging and pleading for people to help her find her son in Nashville. And I've never seen that once. Not once.
Tennessee Nurse, we have a pretty good source that has an attorney at least one of the interviews. I can't confirm that it was both, but at least one. My source might be wrong.
I don't
pretty
think
good
so.
source.
I don't think so.
It's a pretty good source.
Southern Soul Crimes.
And I'm assuming if they were at one interview, they were very likely at both.
That's true. Do you remember we lost our cat once and I lost my mind?
Wasn't it in the house?
No, not that time. We had the windows open and she crawled out the window and went out a ledge, or I don't even know how she did it. And it was just devastating. I was very upset and we searched and searched and searched and searched until it was very like wee hours of the morning. And then, we said, okay, well, we'll just have to go to sleep because we could barely stay awake. And then we woke up and she was there, like sitting outside the door in the patio.
Perfectly Imperfect says maybe wishful thinking, but I feel like she was manipulated into a situation that went wrong and now she's dealing.
I think that we could be best friends.
I think that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who really pushed what, or we just don't know. We just don't know the real dynamics of what was going on.
That's very interesting.
CP is trying to change his image. He posted a clip of him teaching Sebastian how to ride a bike. That was obviously a very interesting choice.
And after a year, weird.
Yeah, and not just not just a video of Sebastian, but specifically something that makes him look good. You know?
Yeah.
And
because what is there anything more dad than helping teach your kid to ride a bike? I mean,
a lot of people mentioned too, and we didn't really focus on it when she did it, but they asked her something about what would you say to Sebastian, and she looks up like to the heavens. And I thought that was a little bit of a telling thing, and a lot of people hit on that earlier and was mentioning it, and I saw someone else just mention it.
I know that this is out there, like people saying the video might be fake and the voice might be fake.
We can't say yes or no to that. We don't know.
I just don't know on that yet.
I did not know this. Seth's not in here anymore. We should ask.
Oh, Seth said he knew how to ride before he met Chris.
He was 7. That would make sense.
Okay. I didn't know. That's good to know.
That's interesting.
Putting that particular video where, Chris is cheering him on and whatever, that seems pretty obvious to have been a image builder, right?
Well, sure.
I mean, when you haven't been putting stuff out for a year.
Why now?
Have they ever put out any other video of him?
Green tea.
Green tea, like a 5-minute video or something.
And then the one from his birthday where his aunt fusses at him.
Yeah. I mean, there's not like, strange. And I know some people,
I don't know. I haven't looked at it closely enough. I have heard the rumblings that people think that there's something wonky about the video. But I have not looked at it personally close enough, and I don't have the expertise to say whether there's something wrong with it or not. I would look to somebody like a mob crew for that answer because
that's good.
he definitely understands that stuff way better than I do.
Yeah,
and I would trust his judgment on it.
Somebody should message him about.
I bet he's already on it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. He's really good with that stuff. And AI is getting so good, that it's going to be almost impossible in a few years to tell the difference at all.
I like what Mama's World says about Mr. E. You're a man, and it's easy for you to feel sorry for tears of a woman. When a woman sees tears from another, we can tell if it's real or not.
Oh, that's really funny.
I was thinking that too. I think that is a thing, right? We're wired. Men, we're kind of wired to, oh, she's crying. It's real, and women know how they can do that stuff too. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. So that might work on me and maybe not work on all of you.
I feel sympathy. I mean, I'll say it. I do. I feel sympathy. I can't help it.
Yeah.
It's my nature. And
did you feel sympathy for Megan Boswell?
No.
No, I certainly didn't.
But you are very different. You know that I am more tender-hearted than you are.
Yeah, maybe. I just reserve my opinion till we see where it all leads and what they can prove.
Oh, your opinion's very, very apparent. You got to be kidding.
But no, I'm just saying I wouldn't feel sorry for someone until I know for sure that they have no involvement, and I reserve the right to my opinion at a later time.
Yeah, everybody's pretty much with you, Auntie, on all of that. And when I say it, I don't mean it like if people did a terrible thing to a child, they shouldn't pay. Absolutely, they should pay. I don't have any sympathy that way. I just I mourn their choices.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. That's how I feel.
And
right, that is a good way to put it.
I hate it for them that they allowed they made poor choices and got themselves in these situations. And
in your opinion,
or whoever, anyone that does anything like in these, whether it's Megan Boswell or whoever, even Megan Boswell, there was I hate that she destroyed her life. I feel bad for her that she destroyed her life and did what she did.
Well, I mean, it's sad to see that someone have to go to jail for the rest of their life, but
after seeing the evidence in the Megan Boswell case, it's hard to feel sorry.
But I don't mind if she spends the rest of her life in prison at all. I don't feel, she what she did was
I'm
horrific.
with Bear. I feel bad for Evelyn. Yeah. I can't speak.
Absolutely. Anyway, yeah, I know.
I know. Mrs. E, you can't see me ask if you had seen the Yada interview. We'd seen that, haven't we?
Yes, I have.
And
yes, I knew I had too.
This is good too, Rochelle. So just remember, Sebastian probably called out to his mom for help. And what did she do, in my opinion? Well, 5 CPS reports over a year and a half. She knew what was going on.
Okay.
And
you're right.
What about making him wear diapers at his house?
Yeah. I mean, she played a role in all this.
There's a lot of abuse that we can.
I'm beaten down. I'm beaten down.
I mean, she knew and she came from a terrible situation. She knows what it is and passed it on. Let that legacy just. Yeah, I know. It's,
Coco, honey, thank you so much.
Bear says,
member for 3 months. Want to say thanks for a great channel to listen to. Well, we appreciate you. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Machete. Bear says, Ms. Machete, I have ran it through Grok and it says 50% AI.
Well,
yeah, I saw somebody do that. Maybe it was you. I saw somebody on Twitter doing that.
Yeah, I saw somebody on Twitter saying that.
And But I don't know. I mean,
Day.
how good is Grok with that kind of stuff? You know, I don't.
I don't know. I haven't played with it like I had the Chat GPT.
RD says, Aunt E, 100% keeping it real. You're funny.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
No, Rob, we're not flip flopping. I mean, I guess what it is for me is I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt as much as I possibly can. But they're right. It all comes back to several things. The last person to see him, the person that reported him missing, the lack of shoes, the middle of winter, not being seen on camera anywhere, no backpack, no money. I could just go on and on and on for the reasons that I feel the way I feel. But when I see someone emotional, and I do agree with Justin that she is mourning
what's happened,
kind of the gravity of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with that. But at the same time, I so want to believe that people can't do this to other people. People can't hurt other people, or you know what I mean? I want to believe that.
Yeah.
I look for the good.
Yeah.
And it's when we started this, I was gung ho with those things, with the things I just stated. But over time, I just try to take in other people's opinions and perspectives. And I used to listen to all of it. I used to listen to all of it, everybody, even people I didn't agree with. So I could just understand other people's perspectives because I might have been missing something. And I know now, I know how I feel. It's hard for me to watch somebody be upset, even though I know all the terrible things that I know, if that makes sense.
If she's responsible, that's the least of the punishment she should have. She should be questioned every day for the rest of her life if she did this, but we won't know if they can't find evidence, or if they,
right.
We won't know.
Right. I'm just that's where I'm coming from on it, is I just tend to want to give people the benefit of the doubt without having 100% knowledge.
This reminds me, I just wanted to point this out from Real Me Too, who says the belt beating for just forgetting your belt. Poor Sebastian. Reminds me of a thought I've had, and I have kind of been meaning to say, so this is kind of out of nowhere, about this belt thing. But if you think back to when Chris told that story about, did he, the CPS and why they came out or whatever. And he's like, well, it's because I whipped him with a belt, for forgetting his belt.
On the buttocks.
On the buttocks, right? And
you're going to want to see something.
What's interesting to me about that is that he thought in his mind that was going to be a positive, acceptable story. That's how out of touch he is with the real world and the general moral code that we have about children with autism and special, like the idea to 99% of us, I think, or most of us, we think whipping a 15-year-old with an autistic child with a belt is ridiculous, is way out of bounds, that there's no reason that should be happening. But in his mind, he was thinking he was sounding like a good disciplinarian parent, and that was a good story. That was the good version.
Well, he often tries to give us advice, but it could be from all those parenting classes. Maybe he learned.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though? Like that's how warped.
I mean, the mandatory parenting.
You just go back to the red flags. I mean, look.
I know.
Scranton Strangler's got it. Inconsistent narrative, never searching, acting suspicious behavior at Texas Roadhouse, big day out on Saturday and Sunday, never attending a vigil, never pleading for help, moving days after the disappearance. I mean, you could go all day with the list.
Yeah.
I like Lucy's comment.
It's called having empathy.
Exactly. And this is interesting, too. We might want to look into this.
Mr. and Mrs. E, have you heard about the situation in Sumner County with the election clerk getting the deal that was hush-hush? Jeremy Mansfield posted about it.
We'll have to check into that. That's interesting.
I don't know that.
Mm-mm.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting.
We'll check into that. our local politics are a little,
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to get us off track there. We've kind of been going all over the place. But
We are all over the place tonight. We we had it so together last time.
I mean, I think it's been good conversation actually.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not quite what we planned. But we do have a few more minutes of this I want to do.
Okay, real me too. I haven't listened to it. I can't.
What is this?
This is I'm pretty sure this is from Seth playing the voicemails.
Oh, the voicemail.
I can't.
That was
I
awful.
purposely did not do it before the vigil because I knew it would break me. And I just can't yet. I'm not at a place where, and I know that sounds weird, but I just can't right now. Just can't.
I got you.
Can't. But I will. I can't. I know I told you I didn't before the vigil, and I didn't.
I listened to it.
I couldn't. I can't right now. I will. Got to get through some things myself, I think, before I can do that. And they both have listened to it, so they can speak on it, but I can't. I just can't yet.
I know.
Keep searching. People keep looking. Keep searching. Keep looking. We keep putting up new flyers. I know a lot of places they take them down after so long. We just keep going back and putting more up. I refer to my original request, just anyone that's willing, don't let him become forgotten. Don't let him become lost in the next story, not to supersede other children because they all deserve just as much, if not more attention, because all children do. But I would say just please don't let him become forgotten and lost, because we're never going to stop. We're never going to let that happen if we can help it.
With his autism, is there anything else that we should add that you want the public to know right now?
I would say that he is what they would consider high functioning. He's not, he doesn't struggle with verbal communication, but he does, he does struggle sometimes with expressing himself, is I guess the best way that I could put that. But he's so smart and he's so capable, and that I think the initial image of him that was portrayed was misleading to an extent. And I think that in the chaos of trying to get the initial information about him out, that various things got taken and misconstrued. So I would just tell everyone that he's smart, he's capable, he's funny, he's able to speak to you and to recognize things. You know, he's a teenager, and you know, so he's a young man. Honestly, he just had a birthday, and I'm sure that his mustache is coming in more. I mean, he really is a good kid.
What do you miss most?
Do you have a thought there, Auntie? I heard you kind of say something. I thought. No.
Well, just I don't know. I lost it.
Well, the fact that we're talking about him being high functioning now.
Yeah.
That was my thing that bothered me, because they're the ones that put out the belief that he was lower functioning, and they talked about him not being an eloper, and really the autism wasn't an issue. I mean, there were some quirky things about him, some, you know, that we've heard his dad speak about, but he was pretty high functioning, and they're the ones that made the public feel, oh, he's a child with autism and
who's wandered away or whatever,
run away. And that was what they wanted us to
That's what
think.
It felt like. Yeah.
Being
a local.
Money and
so that bothered me.
Couldn't get on a bus. You got to be kidding me. The kid plays Dungeons and Dragons. He can get on a bus.
Right. It doesn't make sense that she's now saying he's so high functioning and he's a teen and all this stuff, because that's the persona that they wanted us to believe he was at the beginning. Right. And it's completely contrary to what he really was.
I think it's part of why they didn't put out videos of him, because if we had seen videos of him earlier on, we would have had a better sense of how high functioning he was.
Right.
Because it fooled me. I assumed, and then I remember we were doing this for several months, and we started kind of asking questions like, I really wish we could get a better sense of how.
I started asking, and I found out early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you found out pretty early.
I found out pretty early on.
Well, because you were like, no, he's not. That's not what it is.
Well, I spoke to people. I'm not going to say who, because we don't reveal our sources. But I spoke to people who told me he was high functioning a long time ago. And I don't mean Seth. Other people.
You can't see me wanted you not to feel bad.
Oh gosh, no, I don't feel bad.
She doesn't want you to feel beat up. She just wants you to open your eyes to Katie the manipulator.
Well, I mean, it's just I'm just being honest with my feelings. I could be combative and argue it, but I'm just being honest with myself about the way it's making me feel. You know what I mean? And I knew you two wouldn't agree with me. That's fine. I know that. That doesn't bother me.
Oh, and Mama's World, thank you for the super chat. She said, how I see it is karma is going to hit them and all involved hard. Much love and prayers, Sebastian comes home.
Thank you,
Thank
Mama's
you,
World.
Mama's World.
And thank you. You can't see me. I think you're a sweetheart. Don't think that at all. No worries at all. We probably should wrap it up, y'all. Or do you want to finish? You want to finish this?
Yeah, is it okay? We just got 5 minutes of it left.
Well, and you want to do some of your videos for the super chats and
stuff. Oh yeah. Rosebud, I did not see your comment, love. I don't know.
We'll get.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh. Did we miss a super chat?
I don't know. Let me look. I'm not doing great
or maybe
tonight.
She might mean just a comment she had. Can you search for her name?
I can't.
I'm looking.
And this thing goes so fast. Auntie, you'll find it.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and play this.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's about your son. Oh, God. I miss his smile. I miss his laugh. I miss going and doing fun things with him. I miss taking him to get a haircut and him saying, Mom, feel my head. I miss cooking dinner with him. I miss game nights. He would play Uno until the sun came up if you let him. He goes through phases of which games he's into. But, I miss him. I miss everything about him, the good, the bad. I miss his attitude. I miss, him trying to eat all the sweets instead of dinner. I miss him stealing my Brussels sprouts while I'm trying to cook them.
Oh. I sense lots of joy that's being missed right now.
Green tea.
His jokes, the way he laughs when he tells a funny. He had there's a video that I put out that he was being goofy, and he had this like half gallon of green tea that he had gotten from the grocery store, and he thought of this joke, and he ran in the kitchen and he grabbed a green cup and he was like, Mom, green tea. And it was just so funny, and I was just like, dude, hold on, you got to do that again. And I grabbed my phone and I was like, you got to do it again. And he was like, green tea. And he was just like, it's not in the video, but he was just rolling because he just thought it was the funniest thing ever. And
he got some quirky one-liners.
Oh God, he was getting he was getting to where he had some good ones.
Feels like a great sense of humor.
It was definitely developing. He was coming into his sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the videos I released
was
what?
She keeps saying was
no,
in past tense.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear, but we were bowling, and because he has a lot of fun with it. He actually was getting a lot better without bumpers, but he like rolled a good roll, and he turns around and he's like, "You got wrecked, Mom." And I was just like, "What is happening right now?" But I mean, I miss that. I miss.
I think she genuinely does miss it.
Hang out with him, because he's not little anymore. Which we had a lot of fun when he was little, but when they get older, you start being able to do different things with him, and game nights are, God, they're a blast sometimes.
We didn't have pool days this year.
Yeah, pool days. That's big in the summer. He loves to go to the pool as much as possible.
Swimming.
Oh God, he wants to swim. He's I don't know if I put that picture out or not, but there's one that I took of him. He was on this like giant, I think it was a flamingo, and he was just like, just being a cool guy.
Being a fun kid.
Do you also feel like the memories that they talk about and share just happen to be the just handful of pictures and videos that they've put out?
It's funny you say that.
Like the flamingo picture that we've seen, and then the green tea, like
that's all they can refer to, because It's weird.
It makes me feel like we know that there was something wrong going on in the house just because of
I agree.
everything that's leaked out. But I wonder how much how isolated was this child? You know?
Okay, Rosebud said, "Not my last comment. The
any
one
attention?
before it."
So not that one.
I don't know.
It's just strange that they happen to pick the memories that are out in the public. You know.
I put up the one I thought that it was.
Okay, so Rosebud is saying, I think Smiley noted something important regarding the ICP relative and a posting on Facebook about the flashlight that Sebastian had before it came through parents or media, allegedly. Okay, Rosebud, would you mind to send it to me? Like via email?
Is it in her latest live?
And then one more thing while we're waiting to hear from Rosebud, Rob, this is a great point. Great point.
Rob C says, just one more thing from me. Katie said he was a good kid, but why were they wanting to send him away then?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was something that at the beginning, if you remember those first few interviews, he was never in trouble. He was such a good boy. I mean, they were emphatic about that.
Right.
Well, Megan also said her daughter was a good girl. Remember? Wonderful, happy baby, always laughing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up on this, Cage, and he would play Uno, not we. Did he have to play it alone? Maybe.
I mean, that's a good catch. That's a good catch.
Coming from a kid that played Uno alone a lot. I get it.
I've played cards alone. Yeah, I've done that too.
My big sister was too busy for me.
Yeah, and plus we have the idea that this is likely very planned and scripted too. Yeah, they've changed their look.
Again,
I am too bare. The mullet has left the building. No more bounce.
Well, we've got the bounce, but we are only at 690 likes.
Oh, don't we usually try to get at least 700?
Yeah, let's get to 700 and we'll do it. We got 2 minutes to go. Let's see if we can get to 700. So we just need to 10 people to hit a like.
Our viewers, before we end this, I guess your message for them is just keep hope alive.
Remember him.
Keep looking.
Share his face, because talking about him is what we want to do, but we want to make sure that people know his face. We want to know that people know who they're looking for. And we would just ask that everyone just kind of be aware of your surroundings in general. You never know. And all it takes is just one person that could make a difference. And go ahead.
I would say, if anything, constantly being vigilant, just looking out there, aware of what your surroundings are. Please, if you see something, call 911, call TBI. I know there's a lot of other things out there, but
we would encourage.
It needs to be segregated. Just a single point of right back to law enforcement. That's where it needs to go. Anybody that sees anything, just report it, please.
Do you feel that there's someone out there right now that knows something? They're just not saying it?
It's hard to say until we can run down
I believe so.
And figure out what.
She said, do you believe there's someone out there that knows something and just not saying it? I said, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe at least 2 people.
Yeah.
You know.
And yes, I did play with her, but she, she had a bear, this monkey that she played with a lot. That was like this fake monkey.
It was a puppet because I wanted to have a real monkey, and my parents wouldn't give me one. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you, Kelsey. And she's Kelsey says, now that the pressure is off of raising him, she misses him. I agree with you 100%. Oh, Rogue says we got to quit fighting, sisters. That's funny.
Call 911, yet he never called 911.
I know. Mohawk mom, that drives me crazy.
Yeah, call 911, but I don't have to call 911. You do.
I wonder if he realized it when he said it. As soon as it came out of his mouth, that he realized what he did. I don't know.
Yes. Cheryl says, none your business, FAFO. That's a great name.
That's great.
She consistently looks up at the ceiling when she repeats a convo with that Sebastian and her had, like she's looking up to heaven. I agree. When this one that they gave the clip. They gave the clip, like the preview of what was coming up in a couple of days, and I yelled at you. I was like, she's already messed up.
I think that was the other one, the Fox one.
It was. What?
Yes.
No, it wasn't the Fox one. It was this one.
Okay.
Wasn't it? I was like, she's already messed up. I just remember yelling at you. Sorry,
GE
I'm
Money
being
Christmas.
silly.
GE Money Christmas says CP don't even break a sweat.
No, he's
pretty calm.
He's staying pretty calm.
Let's see.
See, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to, because it's an active investigation. I don't want to add any more chaos that's already out there. We just want to keep this to the core, Sebastian.
Keeping hope alive.
Yes.
The
Keeping
search
hope
goes
alive.
on. We are hopeful and we are praying for you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you for talking with me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's,
Oh, he's holding her hand there. It's the first time. I mean, he doesn't hold her hand when she's crying. He doesn't reach over, and then he's holding her hand.
Yeah.
The whole time they're completely separate.
I told somebody 10:15 and it's 10:40. Somebody's in trouble if they can hear me. No, I'm just kidding. He's not.
So
he's
that
never
was
in trouble.
He's such a good child.
There's probably a lot more to pick up on in there, but that's just kind of our.
There's a lot.
We noticed. To me, the big stuff was just the nonstop distancing language. It's the whole way through. We would like to say. We would like to do, because it's like they're narrating
to be
their
honest
story.
and was.
Yeah, she dropped like 3 or 4 of those, and
looking up to talk to him.
Yeah,
I think they look like they're under a lot of stress.
I think what Rochelle says is true. I'm telling you, she says, they're anticipating court appearance, so they're working on their appearance. Now Sebastian's actions were enduring before he got punished for stealing sweets.
Oh, and that comes up all these
Good night,
sweet
honey. I love you.
stuff. Good night, buddy. It's hard not to imagine. Peter Hyatt picked up on this very, very early on in this too. That it's hard to imagine that food was not a form of control or something within that house. That it was a major issue, and how they did things, and because it comes up all the time, and they know it. They listen to all this stuff.
Oh
and they still talk about it. Him sneaking sweets and all this kind of thing. It's just.
Seth Rogers has been a member for 1 month. Thank you, Seth Rogers. We appreciate that.
I like those little eyes.
I didn't know you were still listening to us. I did not know.
He might have popped in and out. Popped in and out.
Well, we got to wrap it up anyway. Oh, I've got songs to play, don't I?
Yes, we do.
There was a question we were going to ask Seth, and I don't remember what it was.
I think that's good too. Rubicon says CP holding her hand as he leans away from her. That was another weird.
That's hysterical.
I know, and that's exactly what he was doing. So odd.
I think
Mohawk Mom is fired up.
We also know he lied on the stand in court with Betty. Sure, he did.
Absolutely. I don't blame you.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I leave at certain parts, Seth.
The question was he Catholic? Was one of the questions, and then somebody
answered that for us,
which we were pretty sure. The person earlier, I can't think of who it was, but somebody was saying about they're preparing for court, and to me, it's obvious that is what they're doing, even if you think they're
trying to change a public opinion,
even if you think they're innocent. Or they believe that that law enforcement's looking at them. It's obvious that they think that.
Well,
whether they're innocent or not.
I mean,
it's clear that they think it's coming. Everybody kind of knows it.
And I'm not.
Sasha
Joe. Okay.
Member for 6 months. Well, thank you, Sasha Joe.
Thank you so much.
That.
That's so sweet. And Real Me Too's right. Seth was the parent that bonded. That is true.
Yeah.
Lisa says establishing doubt. Exactly. Yeah. I think that, what did we figure? How many days was it between interviews? 290, almost to the day.
Yeah, it was.
Or 270 to the day.
280, I thought.
Or
the last one.
Okay, well, forget it.
The last time they had was May 23rd.
Yeah.
Was the last date for Katie. Chris had done a couple of appearances. But Katie had
Rogue, that's another thing. Every time you see Seth, he's got Sebastian's face on him somewhere. You don't see Seth without that.
Okay, since we're doing random thoughts tonight about all of this, here's another one I've had about the Sebastian Army. When they're in court, and when they've been in court, through the summer and everything, with the different hearings.
That's what it is.
What?
Seth. There was a statement someone said tonight. I'm so sorry, honey.
Go ahead.
There was a statement someone said tonight, saying that you had that Sebastian already knew how to ride a bike when he met Chris. Is that true or false? Thank you.
But when they are in court, Seth is not from Hendersonville, has no real ties other than Sebastian to Hendersonville or Sumner County. They're all like deeply entrenched family generationally in the county. And when the court appearances happen, the people are sitting on the opposite side of the Proudfoots, the Sebastian Army people, the people that are, and no one sits over with the mother. The public believes just by the eye test that the mother is the issue with the disappearance. And they've got people. The only people that sit with them are his parents. And then there's that one lady.
Well, the one day that we were there sitting behind him, all the TikTokers sat with them.
Right. But that's
yeah.
Media.
Hi, YouTuber.
But just people, just like normal citizens,
don't,
with the green shirts and the people that just want to find out what happened. And it's their home turf. It's kind of telling too about what the general public thinks. You would think they would have support but they don't. Georgia Girl says, just have to say to channel owners, I have enjoyed you. George, what did I say? Georgia? Georgie Girl. Just have to say to channel owners, I have enjoyed you all show so much tonight. The only thing wrong was time went too fast. Thank you all for your thoughtfulness and for keeping it real.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Girl.
We're welcome.
I appreciate it.
YouTuber, you made it just in time for a little machete video.
Yes, so we'll do this.
This is for all of our this Auntie. Do you want to read all of our super chats? And we'll do super chats, then members, and then machete.
So we had super chats from Diamonds for DC. We had a super chat from Julie Skolnick. Actually, two from Julie. We have one from Bliss Blessings, one from Georgie Girl. We have one from Sassy T. We have one from Kelsey, two from Kelsey.
I think more
one
than
from
that.
You Can't See Me, one from Mama's World.
Another from Kelsey.
Another from Kelsey.
All right. So this super chat song is for all you guys.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I love that song. That was a little loud though in my ears tonight. Let's see. And then Aunt E, do you want to do the new members?
I've got a lot of members for so many months.
Or all, yeah.
I've got Rogue member for 5 months, Cassie Roku new member, Irony Rose new member, Opal Sisk 1 month, Rob C new member, Opal Sisk gifted a member, Nada Drama Nana gifted a member, Bliss Blessings gifted 10, Brown Eyed Girl 1 month, Medic Biker new member, Real Me Too 8-month member, Keeping Up the Chatter 3 months, Guidance 2 months, The Hen House new member, Hope in the Shadows, Gypsy Nielsen, 3 months. Rosebud, 2 months. Ginger Girl's Mom, 5 months. The Hen House, 2 months. Ashes to Ashes gifted 5 memberships. Sunset Gazing, 1 member for 1 month. Rachel, 508, new member. And then let's see, Marlena Cantu for 2 months. Kelsey for 5 months. Angel Wing for 1 month. Terry F for 6 months. Marley Goff, a new member. Cassie Roku, 4 months. All I Need Is Jesus Coffee and True Crime, 1 month. Kelsey, member for 6 months. Spicy Disaster, 3 months. Kitty Catty, 4 months. Reality Wins, 3 months. Random the Dime, new member. Jennifer Gilly, 4 months.
Wow.
We've got a bunch. Coco Honey, 3 months. Seth Rogers, 1 month. Sasha Joe, 6 months. And Cheryl says Nunya Business FAFO, new member. Thank
you. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Cajun,
All right.
I just want to say this is our experience also. And, we live in the county. Not one person have I met has said anything differently either. Not one person I know.
Okay. May I play my dog pound song
go
now?
for it.
Take that off.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
He's so bad. You know what, though? You're doing better. I can't complain.
At least I'm doing stuff.
Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
And then here is the long-awaited.
Oh, Machete. We have 764 likes.
Well, heck yeah.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
She
We love that.
Yes.
We are just
It does not get
we
old.
are this close to having 8,000 members. We are at 7.
Oh, really?
Oh,
8.
you should tell everybody real quick what your plan is.
Well, we get to 10,000 subscribers. We can do charity streams.
Oh, wow.
You can do,
And we can pick the charity.
Yeah, you can pick like that's why Lore Lodge was able to do that one for NCMEC, whatever, the National Center for Missing, whatever, and whatever, super chats or whatever.
So if we wanted to do one for,
because we wanted to do charity stuff on here, but it's tricky. You don't want to get in a situation where, you get accused of being grifting and doing that kind of thing, but we'd like to do some stuff like that.
So we're 2,000 members away almost.
But at least that way, it's not something that you can manipulate or people wonder if you're really donating.
It just goes straight to them. You don't have to do anything other than just set it up to go to
the
them.
money to the charity themselves. So there's nothing you could do to manipulate it.
Right.
So 2,000 away from that. So
we're excited because we were saying we could do one for autism. We could do one for pediatric cancer. We could do one for missing children, juvenile diabetes, missing children. We could just do like one a month at least.
Yeah. So
that would be fun. That would be awesome.
I would love to do that. So
we're getting there.
If you guys would like to help us out with that, just share our channel out so people find out about us, and hitting that thumbs up really does help as well.
That's how we'll celebrate when we hit the 10,000. We'll pick a charity and
awesome. You know what we'll do? Here's what we'll do. We will let everybody vote on our first one.
Yeah, I think
that's how we should do it. Let everybody vote on our first one.
Yeah. Do some kind
of. If you have true crime friends and they don't follow us, please share and get our name out there so we can get up to 10,000.
Right.
Yeah. Mohawk's mom. It said it used to be you had to have 10,000 subscribers. Right. We'd have to have 10,000.
That's
So
what we were told is we have to have 10,000 before we even have that option.
But we're
So
getting
we have
closer. Almost an
7.98
8.
right now.
Yeah.
Rob, we are looking at possibly this weekend, and we'll do a trivia, and I'll put a theme out. We've gone through true crime. We've gone through true crime movies. We've gone
We
through
did
80s
80s
trivia.
Yeah.
Rob, you want to pick
Oh,
the theme?
Teresa, yes, Jacob's Audible. If it's an option, we would definitely do one for him as well. He actually had offered to come on the show at one point, and we're really bad about booking guests.
Follow
up. I mean, we've had Coffindoffer offer.
I think they have to be approved charities.
Yes.
From YouTube though.
But
and his is new.
Yeah.
So it may not be approved yet,
but thank you guys. Every time I see those orange hearts in chat, it warms my heart. It makes me feel good, and we appreciate you guys so much. It really does. And thank you to our mods and to our members and subscribers and everybody that hung around with us tonight. We really appreciate
Oh,
you.
EquiSearch. That
might be a good one.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, Rob, if you've got an idea, throw it in here real quick before I start the final video of the night.
Karen,
Karen.
I get it.
Thank you so much.
Tomorrow, giving up being addicted to this case till Easter. We'll pray for Sebastian Middley in the meantime.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I understand.
Hey, Don. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All the friends. Cold Case Foundation. Good one, Rogue. Yeah, we could have all kinds of fun.
You could do the missing and exploited children.
Yes.
Is another good one.
Lisa's
we'll definitely have to put it up for a
member for 2 months. They had no idea Sebastian's case would blow up. That's 100%.
Yep.
I agree. Thank you all so much for your prayers and everything. And Rob, if you think of a theme, I'm not sure I'll be able to make it, or I would love to pick. Well,
somebody asked what the orange hearts stand for.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. E. You tell us.
It's for my son, Middle E, who's
I saw it in chat last night, so it's like people were talking about it. So
okay,
I'm just telling you.
Well,
it's up to you. No, you go ahead.
I don't know what they said, so I'm not sure what
the diagnosis
that he had to.
Yeah, but anyway, it's fine.
Okay, it's okay. I mean, people kind of figured it out anyway, I think. But my son had a brain tumor removed back in December, and he's going through treatments right now. And
daily.
And his favorite color is orange. So if people are posting those orange hearts, I don't know. We were doing the live and talking about his favorite color with Easter eggs.
They asked us what his favorite color was, and we said orange, and then the orange hearts started flowing. And every time we say hi in chat anywhere, people throw out those orange hearts.
I didn't realize you were in South Carolina. We will pray for you guys. He's in the area with all the fires.
Oh goodness, wow, yeah, we'll definitely pray for you.
I saw that on the news.
Yes. You don't think about fires in South Carolina like that, you know.
I know, it's really crazy.
Oh, Sevier County again. Oh, we've got friends that are going up there in not too long. I didn't
know it was in Tennessee.
I need to talk to them to let them know.
Oh,
I didn't know it had crossed over.
No, I didn't know that either.
Oh, and Ty Lux says that she is working to get her brain tumor removed.
That who is?
Ty Lux.
Is getting one removed?
I think she said that. I'm praying for him. I'm fighting to get my brain tumor removed.
Oh, wow.
Ty, I don't know if we've said this before, but would you check out Dr. Mackus on Twitter?
On X.
Twitter.
Dr. William Mackus.
Yeah.
And you can email me privately and I can give you more information.
And Teresa M says her daughter works in cancer research at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
That is one of the hospitals people have recommended that does really good. We know someone that goes there.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And Dawn said, The Gatlinburg fires are from transformers down. High winds there.
Oh, goodness.
Gosh, you all stay safe.
Well, I think that we should wrap it up because I'm starting to space out because I'm tired.
We this is much later than we typically go.
Yeah,
but thank
and
you
poor
for
Auntie's an hour ahead.
I know it's
Yeah.
midnight for her.
It's midnight,
and
thank you,
she's
everybody.
probably really upset wanting to know what went on at the State of the Union. So
Oh, yeah,
we
I've gotta
appreciate
rewatch it.
extra special thank you to Aunt E tonight for sticking around and not watching the State of the Union.
I did mute myself and listened to a few things, but the beginning was the most interesting, it looks like.
We'll check it out too, I'm sure.
All right, guys. Well, everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us. And Don B, that's so sweet of you. And prayers for Don B and everybody that's dealing with the fires in it's actually, is it North, South Carolina,
South
and now
Carolina.
East Tennessee?
Or South Carolina. Yeah.
Well, I mean, North Carolina and severe.
But then there was South Carolina that was around Myrtle Beach area where all the
Oh,
fires
okay.
were. And then Karen Alberini says her baby cousin had a brain tumor removed. He's 2 years old and doing great.
That's great.
Very good. Good to hear. I do
We
like
like
to hear
good
the
stories.
success stories. Yeah.
And Rob, if you come up with any ideas, I'm not sure what we'll, if we do a trivia, it will be probably during the day because our nights have been super busy. So, all right, guys. Well, we appreciate you all for hanging out with us, and I'm going to wrap it up. Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you.